like, oh my gosh, Dan Kramer has a question. Dan, let's pull you up on the big screen to ask it. So you'll be popping in there. For our audience, we had about 300 people registered to sit through an all-day live stream, which, thank you guys. That's an incredible vote of confidence in the kind of content we put out that you would even contemplate sitting through such a thing. We do have our email address Petrie-Flom at law.harvard.edu. And if you send questions there, we can try to pull them and ask our presenters. Before I get a little bit too into the weeds of the event itself, I would like to thank two entities really for this event. The first is, as Glenn mentioned, the Moore Foundation. This event is part of our Diagnosing in the Home project that they are so generously supporting. But I would also very much like to thank the Petrie-Flom Center staff, in particular, Laura and Chloe, especially Laura, who they both came on during the pandemic. So they were given the task of picture events you have never been to, because you did not work with us pre-pandemic when we had events. Now figure out how to host that and figure out how to reinvent that for the post-pandemic world. Laura has done an incredible job of figuring out how to put on a hybrid event with people on a Zoom feed, people in the Zoom participating, people in person. And so I want to give a big thank you to Laura especially for pulling this off.
One more thing and then we'll be bombs away. The first is just to say to recognize two people on the Zoom screen behind me who are co-conveners, Dan Kramer and Julia Adler-Milstein. And the third person to mention is Daniel Yang, who is from the Moore Foundation, is going to be sitting in for part of the day today. Okay, with that, I think we're ready for our first panel.
Great. So I actually have the pleasure of moderating it. And what we're going to do is we're going to have our panelists come up to the front so that you can be visible to our virtual audience. This panel is data privacy and home diagnostics. We put it first because I think really what is so exciting about this new generation of at-home medical products is that they're really harnessing the power of digital capabilities to do something different, to not just be a worse version of what you could get at the medical office, but in fact, in many ways, be a better version of what you could possibly do in the hospital or the clinic. Of course, with that, the flip side is there's a lot of data collected, right? And there's a lot of data stored, and there's a lot of data mined and used and maybe sold. And so I think coming at this product category with a lens of data privacy is a great way to set the stage for us. With that, I'm going to ask Charles Duan, Danya Fabik-Povze, and Barbara Evans to come up and arrange yourself on the podium. Seats right here, so that they're visible.
How do I
slides?
Yeah,
Let me get that for you.
should I just use this one here?
Yes, I'll get that in 1 second.
It's entirely up to you.
All right.
Whatever you feel more comfortable with.
All right, so slides for all of you are in this folder.
Excellent.
So just pull it up and we will.
I honestly don't know how to actually share the ones.
Nope.
I've done that before.
Right.
All right, so is that being shared?
This is doing screen share to the Zoom.
Right. Let's see. Shall I sit here and I will just push the buttons here?
Ready to start?
Sure. Let's go ahead.
Laura, we're ready to go?
Everybody's good.
Great.
Is it better if I stand or sit?
Sit is
For the
fine, I
camera?
think.
Okay.
Camera will see you.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead. Yeah, so first of all, I'd like to thank all of the folks here and the Petrie-Flom Center for organizing this conference. It's really wonderful to actually be at an in-person conference and being able to talk with all of these folks. My name is Charles Dwan. I am a postdoc fellow with Cornell University, in addition to the titles under here. And I have my wonderful and super smart colleague, Chris Morton, on video. He's really the expert on all things health policy and intellectual property. So I'd encourage a lot of questions so that he can talk about all of the things that he's really taught me in this project. The title of this is Toward a Legal Framework for Patient Access to At-Home Healthcare Device Data. And it starts with the observation, I think a lot of people, and Carmel just mentioned, that we have all these devices today that are that produce all this data, that potentially have all sorts of value for diagnosing information, for improving patient lives, improving healthcare quality. We like to call this the connected healthcare device revolution, but are they really connected? What we find is that most of these devices, despite producing all this data, end up putting it into silos that are controlled by the manufacturer, such that patients don't really have access to that data other than what the manufacturer allows. When we were reviewing, I was just reviewing some of the terms of service for one of these devices, and they actually say that you're not allowed to export data for purposes of transferring it to a different platform in order to use a competing platform. And so we're interested in kind of what's going on with this. And so in this talk, what I want to look at are, number one, does it matter that patients have access to their data that's generated by these sorts of devices? Why do manufacturers not provide this if patients seem to want it and if it seems to be beneficial to society? Do their arguments stand up? And finally, what can we do to try to enhance the ability of patients to get access to this data? So let's start off with why patient data access matters. And I think there are two lenses that we want to look at this from. Number one is just for the patients. This is a little bit of a personal story for me. My dad is a biostatistician and also a sleep apnea patient. And he has been doing a study on what he calls N of 1 trials. Basically, the idea that patients want to improve their own lives. They have all this data. They would love to figure out if there are interesting correlations between like what they eat and how they sleep. Can they do that? Can they get access to the data off of these devices that allows them to do that sort of experimentation? And he was a little frustrated when he called me saying like, why is it so hard to get this data off these sorts of things? And I think that's really kind of where we see the benefit, one of the key benefits for patients, that once they have access to data, they have the ability to make decisions about their healthcare. They have the ability to repair devices potentially. They have the ability to do research on their own healthcare. And that translates into benefits for society. You end up with the ability to do larger scale research once patients are able to access their data. You also end up, I think this is important, with greater competition, because once patients are able to move between different device platforms, they're able to actually say, well, I want one device from this ecosystem and one from another. And as a result, they're able to that forces these companies who are making these devices to start thinking about the quality of the devices rather than taking advantage of lock-in effects that keep patients on the platforms. Now, of course, manufacturers want this sort of lock-in, and so they make a number of arguments against data access. I think that there are kind of three that we've observed in the literature and in sort of popular discourse. The first is just the cost. Providing patient data access is not simple, but there are lots of companies that are able to do this in other fields. So these are solved problems. The second that comes up a lot are security, privacy, safety concerns. And I think that we'll have a number of really interesting talks about the data privacy issues that go along with these at-home diagnostic devices. I think the message that we want to bring up here is, why are the manufacturers of these devices necessarily better stewards of these sorts of concerns than potentially the patients themselves or other government regulations or other sorts of regimes? I think that that's a question that these companies tend to leave unanswered. The third, and this is the one that we want to focus the most on, are intellectual property concerns. The companies say that, well, these are devices that we built, we have intellectual property in them, and as a result, we have some, rights in order to control the data that's on them. We look particularly at, number one, different types of data that are on these devices, and number two, different types of intellectual property. So let's start off with the types of data on these devices. You have the software that runs them. You have the measurements that the device takes. The device will often infer things like your heart rate based on, based on photo measurements or something like that. Those are what I'm calling inferred measurements, measurements that refer to the truth about a patient but are calculated. And then these sort of proprietary scores that companies use, saying like, you had a 9 out of 10 sleep tonight. We think that you slept very well tonight. We're concerned with the middle two. And I think that the reason for that is the software, lots of people can write software. We're not terribly concerned about that. And we think there are actually legitimate concerns for IP in them. And the proprietary scores, they're not really portable. They're not things that you can translate to another platform. So exporting those, I think, are something of less of a concern to us. In terms of types of intellectual property, the two that we're interested in primarily that we see as sort of the most are copyrights and trademark, are copyrights and trade secrets. And so what we do in the paper is we go through each of these rights and we analyze sort of the arguments that companies make and whether or not they sort of stand up in the law. And I'll summarize the slide to basically say, we don't think that any of these arguments really stand up, particularly because of the fact that the patients are involved and have a strong interest in accessing their data. It's a little hard for many of the claims of intellectual property rights or incentives for innovation to stand up, particularly, I think, in the at-home diagnostic context. And so what do we do about this? Because like I said, inertia is a big problem. How do we get these companies to actually start providing data? And to answer that question, we look at a couple of different frameworks for data access that have occurred both in the healthcare space and outside of it. And we draw a couple of conclusions. Number one, what sort of legal hook can we create to provide data access? And there are a number of different options, actually. One of them is just a straight mandate. You can say that this is required. A second, and there are existing regulatory authorities that can try to help with this. A second, and we draw this from the electronic health records regulations that the United States has been dealing with over the last couple of years, are to use financial incentives and essentially to provide subsidies to companies that provide the sort of access, or to the providers that use devices that have the sort of access. A second thing that we want to look at are standards for data access. If the data is accessible, but is in just a million different formats, it's not really usable to patients, particularly for portability purposes. And so we want to look at what are sort of frameworks for that. And third, we want to look at an infrastructure for aggregating data. We look at the ClinVar model for genetic data as a particularly good example of how the government can work and create public-private partnerships to encourage data sharing in ways that ultimately benefit researchers and community. So that's where we are with this work so far. I'm certainly interested in hearing what you folks have to say. I've left a couple of minutes, so hopefully we can
get extra time for questions.
All right, well, thank you for listening.
Round of applause. Now we have 13, so you get your extra minute. Time for question. Anybody want to start off the
Wonderful.
question?
So as the moderator's privilege, I'm going to start with a few ground rules. Laura's going to be running the mics around. So if you have a question or a comment, please feel free to stand your little name tent up and Laura will come running. And
can I also put Chris on here so that he can chime in.
Yeah, if you go full screen again.
Right,
I think you're gonna have to leave, unfortunately, because it's only one view. So I think Chris can speak, but we can't see him.
it's true. Chris, you're going to be like the Wizard of Oz. So as the moderator, I'm also going probably a lot of you will hear out of me over the course of the day, because one thing I struggle with is, do we think there's something inherently so different about at-home digital diagnostics that it deserves its own regulatory regime, or do we think that some of the lessons that we may learn from this product category have heightened privacy, security, data ownership questions, but really just teach us more overall about the use of medical data? That is, do you think this is a difference merely in degree, or do you think this is a difference in kind?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. And I'll let Chris chime in, but I just have sort of two quick thoughts. So number one, this does fit into a context, a much larger context of sort of data interoperability and portability of data. That things that people have been talking about in a lot of different contexts, social media, for example. I think that there are two things that differentiate the space. Number one is sort of the heightened importance of data to patient care. The fact that instead of this being just like Facebook messages, we actually have information that number one is important to patients in a much more vital way, but number two is important at a societal level for research and discovery about better treatments. And the second is that there seems to be just this unusual degree of concentration in the markets for these sorts of for these sorts of systems, and particularly because I think that they're especially amenable to the sort of ecosystem lock-in sort of phenomenon that we don't see so much in other contexts. That probably is partly an artifact of the fact that patients sometimes aren't choosing the devices, they're being prescribed the devices from their providers. But I think that ends up complicating the sort of data access problem somewhat more.
Can I jump in, and can folks hear me? This is Chris Morton trying to speak.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, amazing. Just really quick, thank you all so much for having us. We're really grateful to be here. Thanks to all the organizers and to all the attendees. Gosh, I have lots of thoughts. I wanted to make one kind of general comment in addition to the terrific presentation that Charles gave, and he threw some questions up on the board. I just want to say, kind of underscore what Charles said. This is very much a work in progress, and Charles and I are kind of still diving into this field, reading, learning. So one of the things we'd love is for folks to give us recommendations on what we should be reading, what we should be citing as we start to build out this framework. I want to echo what Charles said. I guess, Carmel, to answer your question, you asked, are there differences in degree or are there differences in kind? I tend towards the differences in degree perspective. I think like the world of at-home diagnostic data is not inherently fundamentally different from other types of medical data. I think it's more an artifact of like this data emerging outside of the HIPAA context, which leads to some different access challenges. Also the lack of FDA regulation, but like I think these are more about the legal structures that currently govern this data than some inherent quality of this data. And in some other writing, I'm thinking more and more about sort of lessons that we can take that can translate from not just different types of health data, but from the world of health data to the broader world of big data, social media data, et cetera, and vice versa. I think there's more connections or more similarities than there are differences.
Excellent. So I see Dan Kramer raised his hand. So if you want to talk, and I'm going to run the mic to Chris, who'll go after you.
Great, thank you. Can you all hear me all right in the room?
Yep.
Great. So actually, this is extending the question you asked Professor Morton, which is about the regulatory structure and the nature of the data, whether it's a difference in degree or in kind. The first is just a comment to note that I think we've learned in the early experience of price transparency requirements in healthcare that making certain kinds of data available doesn't mean that it's useful. So there are lots of organizations that have, I think, endeavored to make their price data available to meet the letter of the law, but not anywhere close to the spirit. And my group has done a little bit of preliminary work showing how uninterpretable those data are, even though that those organizations appear to be meeting the letter of those regulations. So maybe a word of caution about how some of the legal regimes around making device-specific data available to patients doesn't mean that it will be useful to patients. And then my question, though, is about the nature of the data and how the specific digital diagnostic sort of things that are at issue here might be actually importantly different from things like medical records. And to give an example, I mean, you mentioned the kind of data that you get from a sleep apnea machine, for example, and this comes up quite a bit also in my field, which is cardiology, which is that these devices tend to measure sort of raw physiologic signals. So for sleep apnea, that might be airway pressure or oxygenation, heart rate, respiratory rate, things like that. And sharing those kinds of data seems relatively straightforward. But part of what allows these companies to market something unique is that they typically have proprietary patented algorithms for taking those raw physiologic signals and translating that into something like a diagnosis, either of sleep apnea or heart failure or something else. And I wonder if that transformation of people's data changes the legal status of the data that might be shared. So I think it's less controversial that a sleep apnea machine company ought to be able to share a patient's raw oxygenation data with them. But I'm not as immediately convinced that if they have a proprietary patented way to translate all of those different signals into a characterization of that patient's sleep quality, for example, that sort of sleep index necessarily also belongs to the patient as opposed to the manufacturer. I'm wondering if you could comment on that.
Yeah, definitely. So I think those are, both fantastic points. On the sort of value of the data question, I think one thing that we want to look at are frameworks for data formatting that have been used in other contexts to try to make sure that that data ends up being useful. I think that there have been some really interesting studies out. I think Chris, actually, one of your colleagues over at NYU, I think, did some great work on the value of portable data formats. As for the types of data question, so I think that this sort of gets to what we were coming up with that sort of 4-part framework for different types of data. That you do have the sort of raw measurements, and then I think you have 2 types of data. One are calculated data that reflect some sort of natural truth. That would be, I guess a diagnosis might be a good example of that. A heart rate monitor that translates sort of its measurements of light through your skin into your heart rate would be an example of that. And then you have these sorts of more proprietary pieces of information like a sleep score, which really just reflect the manufacturer's opinion, I suppose. And those are the sorts of things I think you're getting to when you're saying that they might have some sort of patented algorithm to try to compute those. And I think that it's a little more complicated. That's probably something of a spectrum of things, of types of data there. But that's kind of where I would start trying to draw lines. And that's for 2 reasons. First of all, I think to your point, that to the extent that there are proprietary rights in this data, the legal analysis is somewhat more complicated, but I think that for those sorts of more proprietary scores, intellectual property rights might come more into play. The second thing, though, is, as I mentioned in the presentation, that I think that those are going to be less interesting to patients in terms of portability because they really reflect the sort of manufacturer's opinions of things. Patients who are doing sort of experimentations on themselves, these sorts of N-of-1 experiments, they probably aren't going to be relying on those scores so much as their own algorithms that they are developing. And so I think it's going to end up being the raw data that is just more useful in that respect.
Chris, I think it's your turn.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks so much for the question and your questions. I'll say on the first point, I wholeheartedly agree. I think I'll say that the kind of area of data sharing that I know best because of litigation and other work that I've done is clinical trial data. And that's like an area that shows really vividly the danger of transparency for transparency's sake. You can achieve sharing of this data, but if there's no one there to use it, to draw insights from it, then it's a lot of wasted effort and can actually be counterproductive. So something I know Charles and I have been talking about a little bit is kind of the need to build infrastructure around data sharing. Like, for example, I think if patient access to this data is essential, we need to be thinking not just about the legal framework to achieve the access, but also building the infrastructure for data trust, maybe funding researchers to use this data or funding patient groups that manage this data, building the kind of infrastructure that makes effective use. But these are questions I'm still really struggling with, but I just very much echo your concern. And on the intellectual property side, I will just say I may be more skeptical than most of sort of both the kind of normative need for intellectual property protection and the extent to which existing IP doctrines actually protect this information. But I take your point, like there are all sorts of really innovative, interesting kind of software that takes raw data and outputs diagnoses or recommendations. But my view is that the outputs should not themselves be protectable because we have IP protections on the algorithms or on the processes, the methods, the software themselves. We have copyright and trade secret protection to cover that. So competitors can't easily copy, can't free ride just from the outputs themselves. And if those outputs are useful to patients, my kind of inclination is to say that they should be freely shareable. I'll say one last quick thing. In the paper, I think Charles and I talk a little bit about the EMA, the European Medicines Association's view of clinical trial data. And they've taken that kind of approach to trade secret protection in clinical trial data, where they say some of the methodology of clinical trials, trial design, can be protected as a trade secret, but the outputs, the outcome scores should always be shared.
90 seconds, if I get the question, not the answer. Go ahead, Christine.
I wonder about, so put in shorthand, the University of Chicago question is like, if this is a consumer product and if the data has consumer value, what's the market failure here? Why isn't the data being made available to the consumers? Why can't they just negotiate for it, use a Cosian solution? I think the answer to that is there are very few biostatisticians who also have sleep apnea. And so it makes me wonder whether this is actually going to have a substantial positive welfare effect. Maybe it's actually just redistributive. Maybe you want to impose costs on all the non-biostatisticians so that the biostatistician can get the data. So I wonder if humming those bars about what the market failure is and whether you can tell a broader consumer welfare story, maybe even spillover effect. Maybe the one biostatistician actually discovers something that benefits everyone else. Maybe that story is actually necessary to show why your proposal is, overall social welfare enhancing.
Chris, you want to take over?
Goodness, I'm sort of like, part of me wants to just throw up my hands and say like, but healthcare generally, right? Like explaining the sort of market failures in American healthcare takes sort of like more time and definitely more sort of knowledge than I have. I think it's a really good point, and something that I think Charles and I could spend more time doing is explaining how we got here. I mean, my first take is just that the patients who use these devices are like overwhelmed with information. Often they are like affected by their conditions, or they're people caring for people with serious conditions. And it's like the informational asymmetries here.
We're out of time, so thank you very much. A big round of applause. Great.
Okay, so we're just gonna take a 1-minute breather for IT to work some magic with the slides so that they're visible to the virtual people too. Then I'll put your slides up on there. Sorry. See. I'm going to. Okay. Yes.
It's something that we think about a lot. Unrelated reasons, but the more I think about it, there ought to be just sort of larger framework. Copyright law. Excuse me.
Yes.
All right, can you guys hear me okay?
Just looking at this.
Come up with more solid bits during lunchtime.
Okay, I don't think so. But that's on. Well, is this not? Let's see if these are. Yeah. No worries.
Oh, sorry.
So sometimes of this need to enable us to share.
You want desktop?
I don't think we're.
I can share them from
able
my
to screen.
computer and you can just say next every time you want it.
Oh, yeah, that works.
Yeah.
Let's do that. So I'm gonna be looking at them through Safari then.
Yeah.
Or
Yes, so I think you'll see it.
alternatively, I can use my tablet.
So you'll see it
Yeah.
on the Zoom screen.
Oh,
Because
okay.
Laura will be sharing it.
Okay.
Me too.
Yes.
And I'll make that bigger. Just say next.
Wonderful. Okay, we can begin. Hi, everyone. My name is Danaya. I'm a PhD student and a researcher at the Free University of Brussels at the law faculty. Today, I will be talking about the preliminary results of the project that I'm working on called Tender. Can you give me next slide, please?
Next slide.
No, I can't do that myself. Yeah. So the project is about connecting patients who live with Alzheimer's and Parkinson's with their caregivers. The reason being that if you're caring for somebody with such a heavy disease, you cannot be physically present 24/7. If you're a family member, you probably have your own job, you have your own life. At some point, you need to sleep. And the same goes for professional caregivers, such as nurses. Maybe there are financial considerations, maybe there is not enough support available in the area. So the idea being that we can use technology to set up an alert system for the caregiver. So say that your device is telling you, yeah, so your grandpa went to the bathroom, the door has been closed for an hour, there is no activity, please go check up. And in this way, the project does not seek to replace the personal contact with their family members or their caregivers, but to help live independently for longer. And what we are building is a type of remote care technology. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. Here you can see a couple of use cases that we have. So the idea is the Tender would be usable at home, in hospitals, in daycare centers, in what do you call those, the care homes. And technologies like that, they cross a number of legal areas whose application is not very well explored in EU law. So what I'm doing today is I will be talking about the preliminary results we've had so far when exploring legal and ethical questions in the project. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah. And with the research question being, so what are the challenges that the EU law poses for designers and users of remote care technologies, and how those questions can be addressed in practice, with the idea that we are bridging the gap between law, which is by its nature, of course, abstract, and how it can be best implemented in practice using, of course, the tender approach. Yeah. So we focused on 3 areas in the project, those being data protection, cybersecurity, and the regulation of medical devices. The first thing that we paid attention to was data protection. Of course, when you apply the GDPR, you have to know to whom it applies, meaning discovering who is in charge, who is the controller, and who the other actors would be. And in our case, the technological partners that are involved in the project, they're acting as processors, meaning that they process data on behalf of the healthcare organizations who are our users. We specifically address 3 challenges, those being wearables, which are general purpose technology already existing on the market with their own privacy policies, their own internal practices, etc. Infrared cameras, which record the skeleton but not biometrics. This was in fact one of the areas where patients really expressed their desire. Please do not film us in our own homes. We don't feel comfortable with that. And we are using electronic health records from 4 different EU countries, and each of the countries has their own system. So we have tackled a bit also interoperability, which is not regulated at EU level, but might be with the new European Health Data Space Act. Yeah. Regarding cybersecurity, so these are risk-based obligations, risks being risks to fundamental rights of our patients, who are of course very vulnerable populations, and we are processing their health data. So to counter that, various countermeasures have been adopted, such as pseudonymization and physical access controls. And the other question that we have received was, what happens with the Network and Information System Security Directive? So hospitals, in most scenarios, they are a covered entity under this directive. But the act of running a remote care system in itself is probably not going to fall under it, because it is difficult to see it as a critical societal function that would have a large-scale impact if something failed. Next slide. Thank you. And the last thing is the regulation of medical devices. So as I mentioned, we use general purpose technology that already exists, so cameras, wearables, bands, etc. And the system in the EU is that a device is only considered a medical device if it was specifically designed and meant to do so by the producer, according to a judgment from the European Court of Justice. So one of the remaining questions, in fact, here is, what do we do with general purpose technology that is in fact being used to help with medical processes, can be used to help diagnose, although in our case, it is just meant for warning and alerts rather than any kind of diagnosis. Yeah. So to sum up, we have tackled developers' obligations under the GDPR, to which they are covered to a certain extent if they can be considered a processor. But if a vendor only for example, if it is an in-house software solution, then the vendor will most likely not be a processor. Security by design, and then depending on whether the device being developed or being used is a medical device, then the pre-market and post-market cybersecurity obligations under the medical devices regime would also apply. Yeah. So regarding healthcare organizations, we are working both with NGOs and hospitals and patient organizations. We talked about technical and organizational measures, so to ensure that there is some kind of limit to the access of data. And when it comes to patients and caregivers themselves, the idea of the GDPR is that the onus of ensuring privacy should not be on the patient. Instead, it should be already built into the system by the developers and by the organizations. We call that data protection by default. And one thing that we had a question from our developers, in fact, is when you use devices such as Fitbit, for example, not all of the providers will allow opting out of data sharing. And not all of the patients were interested in having their full data shared with some entity that they may not be familiar with. So instead, we're using pseudonyms instead of full names. Everybody's born on the 1st January of the year they are born in. And we decided to use specific devices just for the test environment. And of course, not connecting to any kind of social media accounts. So where do we want to go on from here? The project is running for another year. So by the end of spring next year, we would like to revisit our findings. So for now, we are working in a testing environment, which means that we can be careful about the amount of patients. We can really watch out for how data is treated, as opposed to when the product is deployed at the end of the project. Then you suddenly are faced with a number of use case scenarios which you may not have considered in the beginning. So I would like to revisit these findings by the end of the project, see how they hold up in a real life situation. And one of the limitations that I've been faced with in conducting my research is the nature of project research. So European Commission as our funder, they have a couple of flagship policies, mostly data protection, cybersecurity. So this is what they wish people to focus on when we do our project research. So certain legal areas are not considered, such as, for example, liability or IP. And also in terms of future research, until now, most of EU scholarship has focused on compliance of systems like that, or on very tiny aspects of their use. So it would be wonderful if we could start evaluating how does this contribute to the right to health in the EU law? What is the relationship between using technology to foster health versus a community approach? For example, in the city where I live, there's some kind of neighborhood elderly watch to make sure that people are okay. And my pet peeve is general purpose technology, so wristbands, wearables, cameras. Should they be medical devices? Should they not be? What would be the consequences of that? Thank you.
Okay, so as moderator, I am going to, again, shamelessly put my question first. I think this paper is an amazing rundown of how GDPR applies to these products, in particular in the context of research. But one thing that I would be very interested to see in the paper as well as the presentation is your sense of, okay, well, did the GDPR get it right? Or do we think that there's still money being left at the table, so to speak? Do we feel like research isn't happening that should be happening because of the way that the GDPR governs these products? Do we think that it works now, but when it becomes more public and more common use, we might see some issues? So I'd love to hear your thoughts on how you think this maps out.
So thank you for your question. To be fair, the GDPR is not that different from the regime that was previously placed in the EU. So from the old directive, in the sense that most of the obligations and most of the rules are at least similar, if not the same. What it does change, though, is that the regime is in principle the same throughout the 27 to put in place their own specific requirements, which can be a barrier to a certain extent when it comes to cross-border medical research. Another issue that I see is also specific funders will put in place specific data protection and what they call ethics rules for collecting patients' data. Here, one of the things that we always have a question in is purpose limitation. So if you already collect the data for one purpose, and these are useful health data that could be great for another research or another analysis, can you reuse them? So, and then the rule in the GDPR itself, which says that in principle, yes, if for these specific purposes, and then the funders say, no, you need to get new legal grounds. You need to ask consent again for everybody whose data you're going to use. To be honest, I don't really see a way out of this because the rule of the funder will, of course, apply in addition to the regulation. So effectively, you have to comply with both, which complicates research processes. And it always means that the first half year of a research project, you will be coming up with consent forms, translating them into different languages that people come from, handing them out, collecting them, and then putting everything into the system.
Okay.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about a section of the paper that you label the special problem of infrared cameras. Maybe invite you to say a little bit more about that, but also in particular to ask about more generally what I like to call sometimes bycatching, this idea of catching behavior of people other than the subject, and how EU law views non-patient capture of information accidentally rather than intentionally.
Thank you. So we have infrared cameras, which means that we don't capture the face or the person as you see them with your own eyes. The idea is that we have skeletons so that movement can be seen. And yes, as you say, we could capture patients as well as other people in that. So the main consideration, and this came from technical partners and from the hospitals, is that cameras end up being used in hospital and rehabilitation settings. So now they're, instead of, for example, placing it in somebody's home or room, they are only using it in physiotherapy processes. And in that kind of situation, it's actually not as much of a problem because you're fully focused on the patient. The person comes, does their training exercise, and then they leave. But for example, if it was used in a home, I can really see how they would not necessarily feel comfortable with that. And even outside of not obtaining consent from the patient, it would be difficult to justify any of the other legal grounds to say, okay, but this is really our legitimate interest to film you when you do everything in your room. In the sense that I don't think there would be a societal interest that would prevail against somebody's interest not to be filmed while they are in bed or having lunch. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
I just want to build on Glenn's question, because in some instances, I know nursing homes have declined to have such technologies because they're actually worried about the bycatch being instances of abuse of older residents. And, you know, I guess there's a consent piece to, do I let these cameras into my nursing home or other facility? But then there's sort of interesting questions from the standpoint of, you know, what's the obligation of people who are looking at all of this? And so I guess I'm curious if you run up against any sort of considerations like that.
That's a very interesting question. Thankfully, no, we haven't had any reports of abuse. But to be fair, it is a testing. It's not like a testing environment. So, you know, we know which patients we have. I think we have around 150 people altogether, and I dearly hope that if there was abuse, it would get reported in some way. But cameras are. Maybe they would not be necessary to catch abuse insofar other ways to report that exist. For example, you could talk to a family member, or if it comes from the family member, talk to the nurse, or have some kind of hotline that is accessible. Although in that case, we do run into the problem of technology being made available to older people. But I think that our patients would probably not be okay with having cameras even for preventing abuse. I think they would prefer a different way of reporting that.
Okay, we now have a virtual question. So we're going to get that pulled up.
Should I go ahead or should I wait?
Yeah, I think, Julia, you can go ahead.
Great. So I was really struck by the sort of comment about GDPR really putting the onus on the vendors and developers to protect privacy, and thinking about how that's actually different than in the US context, where in some ways we've been pressuring our developers to be more open and share more data, and just the tension between the two, which then I think led to this. I mean, there is a tension between the focus on privacy, which then allows vendors, I think, to act in more proprietary ways in the name of protecting data, when in fact that's not their real interest. versus, requiring them to share, and make patients able to access their data more readily. And then thinking about, as you were also alluding to, like, is the patient even capable of understanding how their data is being used? I think in your population in particular, there are real questions about that. So I guess I'm just curious sort of how you think about what I now think about, a triangle between data protection, data access, and an informed consumer in the middle who can sort of understand what their role is.
Thank you. I think this is a great question. It also shows that in Europe and in the States, we have quite a different philosophy when it comes to data protection. So one being more based on autonomy and the other one more heavy-handed on how things should be first done so that they don't have, so in the sense of how things should be developed as opposed to used later on. I think that when it comes to really vulnerable population, like the one we are dealing with right now, so if you want to have an informed consumer, there's a lot of explanation involved. So say that somebody's, I always imagine somebody's grandma in a care home in a situation like that. How do you explain to her, okay, so we're going to put this device here, and now you have to press this button if you want to be recorded, or this one if you want the mic to be muted. So of course, I think we are a bit more paternalistic in Europe. But we do also have a different logic behind this, in the sense that the European Commission it normally focuses more on top-down regulation when it comes to consumer protection, whereas it could be a bit more even-handed with other things where consumers are not at the center of the processes or of the market, let's say. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. And sort of, where is there maybe opportunity to explore what is better, given the fact that these frameworks and how they're being implemented are so different?
Yeah, I think that would be a great area to explore here as well. From the let's say from the perspective of autonomy and informed consent of somebody who's cognitive health problems. It's also true that while the GDPR has a specific rule for children's consent, there is nothing at all about older adults in cognitive decline. So you end up relying on, the law, but also non-binding biomedical ethics. For example, the Helsinki Declaration. There is something from the Council of Europe as well. And what those tell us is that we should effectively communicate as clearly and as in a very easy language to make sure that the patient really understands what is going on. Because if you take a usual privacy policy from a vendor, it's gonna be like, 90 pages long? I don't think anybody reads that unless you're specifically paid to. So I think that when it comes to older adults, maybe we should have better rules in place, or maybe this is something that can be dealt by on the market itself. Let's say that there could be tools that are specifically tailored to older populations. And I don't see a lot of research done being in Europe in this area, to be honest. So we had to invent quite a few things from scratch when it comes to consent of people with Alzheimer's. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
I think that may be it for time. So a big round of applause.
Okay, and you'll be driving?
Yes, I'll be
Great.
driving. Just a little public service announcement about the recording. We're a little off schedule, so Chloe will just update you when it's your turn. So disregard the current schedule. All right. Oops, sorry.
That's not mine. digital home health tools raise concerns under 4 different strands of privacy law. Next slide. This paper looks at 4 of them. The first is the privacy of the home. And in the United States, this is mainly a Fourth Amendment right against government intrusion to gather criminal evidence. So at first, it seems not very relevant to the situation where a digital tool such as a Siri or an Alexa product is snooping on us and spilling our medical secrets. But there's a strong cultural expectation that the home should be private. And the fact is, law doesn't do a whole lot to protect it. You consent to let someone into your home, but once you let a friend into your home, the law doesn't put them under any duty not to gossip about what they saw while they were there. You just have to choose your friends wisely. The problem with these digital home health tools, it's like letting a stranger into your home that you don't have that level of trust with. And perhaps in addition to consenting to let it into our home, we may want to set some rules or boundaries on what can be done with the data. The second framing is control over information privacy theory. This is the dominant theory in bioethics and in modern information privacy law, that people, wherever they are, should have a personal right to consent before their identifiable data are put to secondary uses. It's a very recent idea. We think of it as a time-honored principle, but it really arose in the late 70s. And I will critique it later. You can critique it on various grounds, but my main critique is that consent doesn't protect privacy. It doesn't do what it purports to do. The third framing is medical privacy law. And by that, I mean the law that protects information generated and used in clinical healthcare contexts. It has surprisingly weak consent norms. I looked carefully at the HIPAA privacy rule recently, and it has 27 ways your care provider can move your data, and only 2 of them require de-identification or consent. The goal of medical privacy law is orderly transfers of data to support the healthcare enterprise. And it relies on other laws to protect privacy, medical licensing statutes, Medicare conditions of participation. These are where the confidentiality duties arise, not in medical privacy law. The final framing is a content-based privacy protection. I think it seems just obvious that if Sally has had it inferred about her that she's pregnant, we would like that information to be protected the same way, whether it came from a retailer's AI shopping algorithm or a home pregnancy test or a clinician. It just seems so obvious. So of course, I'm going to argue that you shouldn't necessarily protect data the same in different contexts. Just next slide. Quickly, I began to have some doubts about 3 or 4 years ago that the whole edifice of bioethics and privacy law was protecting privacy. Most of our major regulations protect against one type of attack and ignore many other types of attack. Next slide. We also have deemed some things to be okay, such as giving aggregate statistics that there were 6 people in the set and the mean age was 12 months old. And we don't think about the cumulative impact of multiple releases of data. Here, there's a second query where now you have n equals 7 and the mean age has jumped to 12 years. You can infer from that 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 7th person is 80 years old. You can get data out of multiple queries. Next slide. This is what I call the consent fallacy in modern privacy law and ethics. Here we have a bunch of people who consented to be in a study, which is going to process their data and draw some conclusions and give an output. I'm opting out. I think I can protect my privacy by not letting my data be in that study. Let's move on. The problem is we aim for our research to be generalizable. And if you do generalizable research on other people, they may discover that women over the age of 60 years old are susceptible to substance abuse or some horribly stigmatizing illness. That's going to stigmatize me, even though I'm not in the data set. I might not get a job because of it. We've spent a lot of time asking about the impact of genomic research on family members, but we're all one family. And if we let research go on, it tells about us, whether or not we're in it. Next slide. I love differential privacy, which is a computer science theory. It looks at this fact that we've already lost privacy even when we don't consent to study. Privacy loss is systemic. It isn't something that we as individuals can control. We can't pull ourselves up by our privacy bootstraps by having a consent right. Our privacy is already to a large degree gone. Our consent rights are just dealing with this differential privacy loss of how much more privacy we lose when we are in the data set. Next slide. In several areas, we're questioning consent. Now, there's a wonderful book by Christine Imba talking about how in recent years we moved from this norm of saying certain types of human relations are improper, and we decided we didn't like that judgmental rule and went to a norm of consent, that anything is okay if people consent to it. If someone chokes their sex partner, that's okay if the person consented. And she asked the question, well, is that right? Maybe we should ask, are there certain things that are proper under an ethics of caring about other people? That is a metaphor for what we've done in data ethics. We've got away from asking the question, what is a proper use of people's data? It isn't about whether they consent to it, but should we put some boundaries on what's proper? I'm going to skip over the next slide, but let's flip through it. This is my last slide. So should clinical health data receive different privacy protections than HIOPS? That's what my word for health information outside of clinical context, your home health data. And this is the case for yes, there should be different privacy protections. There are large data quality differences potentially. Your clinical health data can stigmatize you, but it won't defame you. It won't stigmatize you with false information. So I would like a stronger consent right with my home health data than I have for my clinical data, because it might defame me. In clinical healthcare, the data flows are a matter of public concern. Reporting epidemics, things like this that we tend not to go with strong consent norms on matters of public concern. We also, in the clinical setting, have greater concern about consent bias, which can cause health inequities if the data sets we're relying on aren't reflective of everybody. We have different underlying fiduciary obligations of data handlers. The doctor who is handling my clinical data is under some strong norms that are legally enforceable not to divulge it. The home health company that is tracking my data doesn't have those same constraints. So I want a stronger consent right at home than I have in clinical context. Different contextual values are served. In the clinical setting, my data are being widely shared for things like saving other patients' lives. I'm in the home healthcare setting, my data may be shared to serve up advertisement. It's a much lesser value. And so I want consent rights. And this is the point Charles Dwan made about that ownership or access to inferences is important. HIPAA gives you access to your inferences, even though arguably they're the intellectual property of the doctor who diagnosed you. That's the doctor's duty of care. They have to divulge the inferences. You don't have healthcare providers, home health providers under that. So basically, in my last 17 seconds, I'm going to bring it in on time. I think there's a stronger case for strong consent norms in home health care than in usual medical settings. Thank you very much.
So Barbara, I love this piece. I think one thing that I find a little bit interesting, or maybe I'm a little too hung up on, is I feel like the first part of the piece, you do a great job of explaining why consent doesn't absolve all sins, right? You say, you know, consent works in the context of all of this fiduciary and normative scaffolding that has evolved in the medical sphere. But then the conclusion of your paper is, okay, well, there should be more consent in the home health sphere. And to me, that feels like a little bit tricky, because it's almost like the first half of the paper, you're doing such a good job of selling me like consent is like worthless. It has to be these like social norms. And then by then you're saying, okay, and we should have more consent here. So could you explain how you got there?
Well, I think there is an unresolved issue that I'll hope to resolve in subsequent drafts here. I disregard consent as a privacy protection. And yet I'm saying if anywhere you're going to have consent, it should be in home health care. I just think probably there, it's more of a dignitary reason for consent, that it won't necessarily protect privacy. As those of you who know me, I'm a very strong favorer of this privacy by design. It needs to be built in. There need to be some contractual or legal limits on what can be done with data, and the systems need to be designed so that they're very secure and have limitations on use built in. That would be the main place I think we want to bring out in the paper. Part of the first part of the paper is so rich in explanation. I realized I was running out of space toward the end and got a little haphazard, but I'll try to realign it in the next draft.
Maybe you accidentally wrote two papers.
I always do that.
Okay, so Chris raised his placard first, and then David, I saw your hand up, so you'll be next.
Thanks. You had a lot in your slides as well, very provocative. And so just one thread that I found really interesting was the idea that a data set that you're not even part of could nonetheless, I think you said, invade your privacy by making inferences about a class that you identify with. I think you said 60-year-old women. And that reminded me, I think the paradigm example of that sort of case is the Havasupai Indian case, where research was done to identify, I don't know, mental health or alcoholism issues in this. And we could understand that as a paradigm case because that is a well-defined Native American nation or tribe or population. And we can sort of, but it strikes me that when you take the same principle more broadly, it almost becomes a reductio. I mean, like if we think of our privacy being invaded in any possible grouping, you know, people from Missouri or you know, 40-ish law professors, or is that really privacy we're talking about at that point? Is it, or does it in my mind, it becomes so diffuse, I have trouble even thinking about what I would do with that insight.
Yes, and I think this is the nub of the realignment of data privacy and ethics that we now need to face up to. And that's that privacy loss is a systemic phenomenon in a society that chooses to process data as extensively as we do. And we need to start being honest with people that keeping your data out of a data set will not mean that people can't draw inferences about you. We've had this circular thing. The control over privacy theory defines privacy as you'll have control of your input data. Well, that protects privacy tautologically. If you have a consent right, then we say you have privacy. But I think a better definition of privacy is, can people infer things about you? And much can be inferred. It's systemic. It's a societal choice. We want to mine data. We want to do it. We want to have the data fairly accurate so that we don't put a lot of noise in it that could protect our privacy. That's what we want. And we're all going to lose some privacy. We just need to be honest about that and quit selling this sort of fantasy that you can protect your privacy with the consent right. You can't. it is a different concept of privacy, but the first Henrietta Lacks scandal, referring to the well-known book about use of biospecimens without consent, was that they didn't consent her. I think the second Henrietta Lacks scandal that's coming in the future is they consented me, but they didn't tell me that consent doesn't really protect me from inferences. We need to be more honest and at least disclose the limits of consent is what I'm pushing for. And realize that this building it in that you referred to is we need to get much more in the direction of technical safeguards to have meaningful privacy protection.
That's into a different direction than this example, though, where someone can make inferences about 60-year-old women. That's not.
No, you can put enough noise in the.
There is no privacy.
Yeah, well, maybe we need to face that, but technical safeguards, the way some of them work, differential privacy, is you put some noise in everybody's data. And by putting noise, you get a less accurate output, but it's harder to infer things about people. If everyone in the database had their age adjusted by plus or minus 30 years, you couldn't infer anymore that this was 60-year-old women. You'd lose a lot of value of the data, of the output. But we can fuzz data up in a way that makes it harder to draw these person-specific inferences, but we will pay a cost in terms of the accuracy of outputs. Maybe we're not willing to pay that cost. But
sorry, I just want to move on because I see that we
Yeah.
have David and we have Chris and we have Jody in only a few minutes
Okay.
and Danaya.
we got 5 minutes.
I have two questions. So the problems you've identified are kind of ex post problems that arise after data has been put out there, and we're trying to address them with ex ante solutions like privacy by design and consent, which doesn't work. So I wonder if there's room in your proposal or in your view for ex post solutions about use and penalties, kind of regulating things after the fact rather than trying to regulate everything before the fact. That's the first question. The second question is more of a comment, which is I want to push you on this distinction you drew between stigmatization and loosely defamation. I don't think you meant that to mean the legal term defamation, but there's lots of stuff in your medical record, whether you recognize it or not, that's inaccurate, and that could harm you too. So I just wanted to.
No, I'll take that second point first. It's so true. There's a lot of false information in medical records, but at least there it's as good as we can make it often. It will have had FDA review of the diagnostic or where we have some confidence in it. The home health devices that don't even have that much oversight, we have that much less confidence. Now, your first question was, can we do some ex post after the fact things? It's very hard to enforce, to put penalties on privacy violations, because when your data get out there, we often can't trace how it got out there. But this is this notion of information fiduciary duties that we see in healthcare, that if a physician breaches your confidentiality, they can lose their license to practice medicine. We need some enforceable tracking and accounting mechanisms so that we could have some meaningful consequences for data breaches. So yes, I love that idea.
So I'm going to go to Chris next to show our virtual friends some love. Chris, I thought I saw your hand raised.
Yeah, actually, I put in chat. I'm glad to yield my spot so others get to talk. I'll email Professor Evans. Thanks.
Okay.
All right, Jody. Thanks for that.
But I wanted to follow up on the comment about sort of privacy and the conversation about whether inferences made out of from data about groups post facto is a thing. And the way I've seen it framed sometimes is in terms of group privacy as like, you know, you can infer, there was a lot of work done in sort of trying to understand who are the people on Black Twitter, right? Or who are as part of the and part of surveillance in general, using taxi medallion data to understand sort of how people are using their time, and then sort of again understanding sort of people's religiosity, and sort of again to sort of go, which is a little, I think, different, somewhere between what you were talking it's an important sort of contribution to the privacy conversation. It's not a question, it's more of a comment, but
no, I
just
really
in case you were wondering.
think this is a central problem, and Chris, I really agree. You know, it's an open question in my mind whether we want to think of ethics of data use that broadly or not. The computer scientists think of it that broadly. Is that the right framing for ethics? I think it's something we all have to think about. What would be the implications if we thought of it, that we're all one human tribe, and as we learn about everybody, we're learning secrets about each of us. And I think generally we're probably comfortable with that privacy loss, that systemic loss, but should there be some boundaries on the questions you can ask? Should we not have an anything goes research ethic in terms of, are there things that should be forbidden knowledge and we don't study them because they would stigmatize people? I don't know the answer, but I'd love to see more dialogue. Looks like we're about out of time here. Shall I wrap it up? Thank you very much. It was so nice to be at an in-person event again. Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to still give everybody the break, and we're going to start again in 15 minutes at 11. What we'll do is we'll shorten our lunchtime, which is quite lengthy, to make up a little bit and get fully back on schedule. In the meantime, please feel free to run to the bathroom, go outside, get some fresh air, get some more coffee or tea, whatever strikes your fancy. And thank you to our panelists. You guys were amazing and your work is so interesting. Thank you. Likewise.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I was the sort of conversation we're having.
It was a great way to learn.
Of that. That was actually really trying to sort of taxonomize different ways people's privacy could be implicated by the disclosures of others. Right.
Yeah,
And so like that's
privacy interrelation or something like that.
It's a really interesting emerging field, something that's just really beyond my knowledge. But it seems like it's kind of the cutting edge of what we're doing.
Yeah, no, I think that's huge, and there are, as Chris pointed out, is this part of what we do or not, or is it somebody
I
else?
think it's sort of like trying to come up with, what's the sort of theoretical framework. Because it's sort of traditional individual instance of privacy, which they get used to. Like, if we think that there's something wrong with that support at a height, so it must mean that it's beyond just
I think we need a new framing. It's like it's change. We're back to the late 70s where we the whole enterprise. And it's daunting.
So basically, I put it together because the other field colleague of mine said, privacy issues. So I'll have to see if she knows more about it. It seems like it's an interesting field.
Good job. That was great.
That'll teach me not to forget.
I always like going into lost because there's not
Sorry, that sounds awful. Yeah. Yeah, that's for the corporate compliance. Leadership necessarily. That's so sad. Compound shorting was last week with this whole tornado. It's even out of water. It's okay. So actually, awesome. I feel like this is just like me. Like, tell me about. Yeah. Yeah, sure. How does that work? Yeah. I hate that question. Yeah.
Right. And to the whole letter. I'm getting every step of the way. Feel free to dump it. And that's how it's trash, right? Yeah. But the rest, perfect. It's nice to meet you in person. Yeah, nice to meet you. How was the trip? It was wonderful. We went to basically the Rockies from the south to the north. Wow. There's nothing else in that. I wasn't calling in. Yeah. If there was oh my God. Wow. Well, it's nice that got out in time. Yes. Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I did tell you that. This is one of the nicest. I mean, for it's 2 minutes. I say but it's very good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But now she's supposed to. Exactly. I mean, it's a good place to be on her own. It's small enough that. It is so bad. No, it is. Oh yeah. Yeah. My parents live in the country and so like we've seen bears. I believe it's way understood. Yeah. Yes, yeah, we definitely talked the very same thing back in person, but I think we're moving along now. I see a little bit of check. That's strategic. I thought it was more. Yeah, I'm still gonna feel so good. I'll get an answer. Oh, really? Oh. Oh, that's right.
And so there it's much easier to see that it's like the use those very privacy.
Well, they know me now. That one, like, the numbers are put off.
Okay,
Yes, yeah, we're.
Excellent. And I think we've gotten to a stable place IT wise. Yeah,
Learning curve.
definitely learning curve. And we'll think about how to better communicate with IT exactly what we need.
It's also about.
No, we're gonna put this on the summer shelf.
I think we have a couple of used to have a desk with it. And then they moved to next then I'm not sure.
Oh, sorry. That one's. No, this one's just sideways.
All right, so our break is over. So we are going to go next to our panel, digital home diagnostics for specific conditions. So if I could get Patrick, Emily, and Jody to the front, and then Greer,
you're joining us online and I see your little Zoom box. So hello. Mhm. Okay. All right. And so before I hand it over to Dan, who is our moderator, just a note. So Patrick is going to go first. He's going to be off to the side while he gives his presentation because he's much more advanced in making PowerPoint slides than I am. And I'm told there's a host of animations and bells and whistles. Okay. So Dan, the floor is yours.
Great. Hello, everyone. I'm Dan Kramer. I'm a cardiologist at the Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center and affiliated with Harvard Medical School and the Harvard Center for Bioethics. So very excited to hear these talks, and with no further ado, particularly with the tantalizing prospect of Patrick's animation to come forward here, I'm very excited to hear these talks on digital home diagnostics for a specific condition. So Patrick, please take it away.
Great. Thanks very much, Dan. You all hear me? Great. And just to temper your expectations, it's just some exciting transitions. No animations. So thank you so much for having me. Really a pleasure to be here in the room, back in the room again. So I'm Patrick Bachtiger. I'm a clinical research fellow in digital health at Imperial College London, and in the final year of a PhD in digital health. And I'll be presenting our book chapter on patient self-administered screening for cardiovascular disease using AI in the home.
Maybe slightly louder, Patrick.
And delighted to be able to co-author this with some amazing collaborators. So I'll anchor the story around this in heart failure, which is a common chronic disease where the heart is unable to meet the body's needs by pumping at normal pressure. And so heart failure is a common issue in the NHS and actually is subject to a broken diagnostic pathway. Routinely, we would expect patients to turn up to their primary care provider with symptoms, so breathlessness, ankle swelling, fatigue. And the expectation would be that they would then proceed to have a blood test, and then on the basis of that result, be stratified to have downstream gold standard investigations. But the reality is that about 80% of heart failure is diagnosed through emergency hospital admission. So this is further compounded by the huge rates of underdiagnosis in the community. So this is a map of England where the darkest geographies exemplify 50% rate of underdiagnosis. But one clinical encounter that almost all of these patients will have had is a stethoscope examination, which actually fundamentally in its design hasn't changed that much in the 200 years since its invention on the left. That's really up until recently, where through the convergence of better hardware, software, and sensors, we now have these smart digital stethoscopes that are able to record a variety of different waveforms and proffer new insights. So that includes the recording of the electrocardiogram or ECG, as well as the heart sound or phonocardiogram, and through connectivity, you can visualize that to the user, and that signal data can then be uploaded to the cloud, be analyzed by various AI machine learning algorithms, and give predictions on insights that we couldn't normally glean with the human eye. And an exciting example of this is AI ECG for heart failure screening. So this came out of work originally by colleagues at the Mayo Clinic who took the traditional 12-lead ECG and were able to demonstrate that a neural network could predict if the patient had heart failure with high accuracy. They've since been the first to deploy this in the real world in the primary care setting and show that detection rates of heart failure can be increased. But 12-lead ECG is not a ubiquitous technology. You need a big machine to do it. It takes time. The patient has to dress down. You have to attach various cables. It requires a fair amount of expertise. So given that we have these new stethoscopes that can also record single-lead ECG, we embarked upon validating the algorithm could accurately do the same thing in a 15-second point-of-care test. And this is some work that we published earlier on this year. And so in the course of doing that, we realized that a whole variety of people recruiting patients were able to very easily use this technology. So naturally, the question arose, well, can't patients just do this themselves in the form of self-examination? So this underpins a pathway that we're now developing for a national screening program for patients self-administered AI ECG in the home, where patients are sent a screening package containing an echo device, a mobile phone, some instructions, and they attach the device, touch the device to their chest in 15 seconds, take a recording, and then the results are reviewed centrally and actioned with downstream diagnostic investigations where appropriate. And so naturally, this is a fairly vanguard activity in the space of AI diagnostics at home and has all sorts of potential ethical challenges. So our approach in the chapter is to start by outlining the landscape of stakeholders, so NHS England and the other NHS organizations involved that would be involved. We speak to the regulatory agencies involved, so we have the MHRA, the equivalent of the FDA, who are in charge of regulating market access for software as a medical device and novel AI technologies. And uniquely, we also have to think about NICE. So we have a body that determines whether or not something is value for money and should the NHS be paying for it on a system-wide basis. So against that background, we also think about the NHS long-term plan, which is a policy document that sets the vision for the next 10 years of the UK Health Service, which has substantial emphasis on heart failure and AI as well. And this is obviously all anchored in the urgent public health need for better diagnosis of heart failure, given its ubiquity in the community. So our approach is to think about ethical principles are equity, agency, data rights. We proffer recommendations throughout the chapter as we approach these, and we give some high-level recommendations at the end. So thinking firstly about equities of cardiovascular disease tracks pretty well as a social gradient to it. So that's not different with heart failure either. So the rates of underdiagnosis are most notable in the poorest geographies. And so community-based AI ECG has the opportunity to actually dilute some of these inequities. So for example, the way that we're approaching this program is by inviting patients on the basis of risk factors, so hypertension, diabetes, things that can precipitate heart failure. And so that actually selects more vulnerable populations because that's where these diseases are concentrated. So we enrich access to that population. Secondly, this is, the sort of decentralization is a very sort of in vogue term right now, but this really is a decentralized pathway that doesn't require a patient to come in to a hospital or cardiology clinic to have a screening test. And so enables access to people who routinely couldn't get time off work, couldn't get childcare, couldn't necessarily afford transport. And also, it removes the gatekeeping to further downstream investigations away from clinicians who it's well demonstrated have inherent cognitive biases that may restrict and limit access to certain things, resulting in certain patient populations being diagnosed later. But actually, are patients able to use it, and do they want to? So this pathway assumes a fairly savvy, able patient who can follow these instructions. We don't yet know if across the different strata of patient populations, if this technology will work uniformly. And there are also some well-founded concerns around the equity of certain AI algorithms in the presence of any bias, which is also a hot topic in this space. So here we recommend thinking about the accessibility challenge, thinking about a viable alternative. So not everybody will want to do this, but we should have the option for them to come in and potentially have an in-person visit instead. We want to track the demographics as people move through the pathway and think very closely about how to scrutinize the performance to see if there is any bias being exhibited. And we're uniquely positioned to be able to do that because it's an inherently data-rich and connected technology. More on that shortly. And because this is a fairly novel activity in lots of different ways, we need to be really conscious that we are potentially blueprinting best practice and could be an exemplar for other clinical use cases. So thinking about agents here, so really anchored in empowerment for patients for measuring, monitoring, and managing their own healthcare. So this is an opportunity for someone to actually diagnose themselves with a condition. And we wonder if actually that agency will then transfer to how they manage their condition. So heart failure, cardiovascular disease more generally has fairly poor compliance across various medications. We wonder if you're involved in actually picking up your own condition, you may be better at looking after that at a later stage. But actually, patients may prefer a stronger clinician role. We are, for this pathway, quite literally putting the responsibility into their hands, and in some instances, they may not want that. And the other consideration is around troubleshooting, and this happening in the patient's home environment where there is no clinical member of staff available if something goes wrong. It's very different to having a 12-lead ECG or an echocardiogram, where someone standing next to you can take responsibility for any issues. But again, we can address these concerns empirically. This is very different to other screening program technologies because it is connected and seamless in instance. We can dashboard all of this data centrally. And we're beholden to making sure that there is a good troubleshooting provision as part of the pathway. And one thing I didn't touch on is this isn't necessarily pushing technology to patients, but potentially taking opportunities for clinical learning away from doctors. So there may be something to consider there. But in reality, the stethoscope is essentially an ornamental marker of physician status. These days, people very rarely use it because we have other more sophisticated investigations. So better technology into the stethoscope may actually resurrect its status in clinical examination. And thinking about data rights, so AI ECG, as with any neural network or AI technology, is an iterating technology. So actually, patients are contributing their health data towards continual refinement of this technology. And so reasonably might expect some downstream benefits to themselves or the NHS, but in reality, this is IP held by a commercial company. And we could also think about potentially folding in other data, be that from the patient's phones, so patient-generated, or linkage to the EHR, which could potentially investigate all sorts of other interesting disease areas. But again, that risks taking what is at the moment quite a simple pathway, and with mission creep, making it quite complicated. And importantly, also data and cybersecurity. So potentially through malicious intent, pathway could be manipulated to drive disparities and inequities, and motivated intruders may be able to steal patient data as well. So here are recommendations anchor in thinking about informed consent that go beyond the sort of standard terms and conditions when you fire up an app, thinking about cyber threat modeling and incident response preparedness, and also software updates that account for the original user consent, so not creeping into collecting any other data than what was originally agreed to be shared. So we conclude essentially by stating that we are living in a very diverse ecosystem of stakeholders for this pathway. They're both impacted by and responsible for delivering something such as the AI ECG self-examination screening program. But we are in a health policy landscape that's very eager to advance AI technologies for not just cardiovascular disease, but other chronic disease areas. And so our high-level recommendations are that we should be thinking about a multi-agency approach that balances permissive regulation and deployment and testing with the responsibility to protect public health and consider all of the ethical challenges that we've outlined. And secondly, you're thinking about a centralized approach to deployment and evaluation, specifically because this is an inherently connected, technology-driven pathway that does let you be much more transition. Yes. I'd like to thank my co-authors and my team more broadly at Imperial College. Thanks to Dan, especially for highlighting the opportunity to present here, and delighted to take any questions and discussion.
Thanks very much, Patrick, and thank you for staying on time as well. And Glenn and Carmel, perhaps since you can see hands that might be raised in the conference room, please feel free to pass the microphone along, and I will keep an eye out for Zoom hands that might be up. Just as people start to think of questions, or Patrick, I have one that I've been wrestling with a little bit since our first draft of this chapter, which is whether a screening program like this is appropriately reconciling its own limitations, which is to say, do you think that for a condition as potentially serious as heart failure, the balance of sensitivity and specificity is good enough? Which, right, so if the cognitive biases and heuristics that you alluded to are such that if the device tells patients and their clinicians that they don't have heart failure and is wrong, 1 out of 100 times, writ large across the population, that's going to be a lot of patients who are potentially harmed by this pathway, right? And that could be even worse for patients whose heart failure syndrome is of the type that this algorithm was not actually particularly designed to diagnose. And you mentioned the terms and conditions component to a pathway like this, which we know patients would largely ignore the way that consumers do. And I worry that they and their clinicians won't pay proper attention to the potential limitations of this technology. I'm just curious if you've thought about how an acknowledgement of those potential harms of what we're attempting to deploy more broadly, how that ought to be incorporated into the program.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. So on the first point around sensitivity and specificity, I think one of the points we try to make in the chapter is that we just don't know until we try. And so what we have to do with these programs is build in guardrails to actually identify if the sensitivity or specificity is unacceptable or not. So one of the things that we suggested we can do at expense and with a bit of extra labor is to actually sub-select cohorts that we do then follow up and do gold standard investigations in, regardless of what the test has shown, to actually test this in the wild. What we've done so far with our validation studies is take patients who are attending hospital, having the gold standard investigation, and showing side by side that the test is accurate. That's obviously not representative of the general screening population. So to actually understand what the harms are from the 1 in 100 patient who does get a negative test, I think really we need to get on and actually start testing it with appropriate guardrails and all of these ethical considerations in place as well, which again speaks to one of our other recommendations to think about permissive regulation that doesn't necessarily hinder us being able to test this in the NHS more broadly. And then on your second point on kind of terms and conditions and the limitations, a lot of the work that we're doing kind of puts front and center the existing clinical pathway, which is a guideline recommended by NICE, the National Institute of Clinical Excellence. And so having that as the kind of starting point, and with the technology an augmenting item on top of that, is kind of how we're trying to approach this challenge of people not over relying on an app and the diagnostic in isolation. It's intended to actually divert them to the existing gold standard pathway and to then execute on completing that, which, given that 80% of patients diagnosed through emergency hospital admission, the way to address that is by getting the BNP blood test and then the downstream investigation. So this tool just helps flag patients into that pathway.
So, Dan, I first of all want to say Laura and I have the physical moderation duties under control as your subsidiaries. And then, Patrick, I had a question that is also perhaps a thought and perhaps a seed of you and Emily discussing. So you mentioned that one challenge might be that patients would actually prefer to have a physician involved. If they're going to get bad news about their heart, that's a really scary piece of information to sit on. They don't necessarily want to be sitting on their couch holding their iPhone awkwardly to their chest as they get it. And it reminded me of a really wonderful piece that Emily did for our consumer genetics book and conference, which feels like a lifetime ago pre-pandemic. But she explored the kind of common cultural assumption that people who would get information about whether they might be more likely to develop Alzheimer's would be negatively impacted by it. And before I heard Emily's presentation, I would have said, yes, that's a really scary thing to be told this about your future, especially if there's no treatment that could alleviate that future. And so, Emily, I actually wanted to maybe call on you, pick on you, whatever verb you choose, to get your thought about this issue of would patients use this product, or would they say, no, I want a physician involved. This is too scary for me to face on my own.
Yeah, I think some of it is just the education piece. And, I tend to feel like people are more interested in learning information when they feel like it's very clear in its outcomes. And when there's more ambiguity, there's often less interest in learning information about risk for Alzheimer's disease. And, but generally once people learn, even if they have an unpleasant reaction, we don't see scary reactions. We don't see depression, we don't see anxiety, we don't see suicidality, things that we're all worried about before this went into more widespread testing. And so I think as long as people understand that the information is coming, that they can do a pretty good job for most people taking in the information in the privacy of their own home. And some people really prefer that, given stigma that's affixed with various diagnoses, that they can learn it in a controlled setting and then figure out who has access to it subsequently. So I think some people do want to defer to the clinical expertise, but there are a lot of people who I think are very happy to learn these things at home.
Thank you. I mean, that's very helpful. I mean, for us, we're thinking really hard about the preamble for this. How do we actually prime patients to?
And that's been one of the questions I had, but I won't jump the queue. So we'll let somebody else.
Hi, excellent presentation. I really love the topic and it's very exciting stuff. And my question was along those same lines of, have you thought about in your chapter how you're going to anticipate some of the unintended consequences, specifically with regards to, this type of technology? It will, yes, help detect heart failure, but in theory, it should also detect, atypical arrhythmias, things of that nature. And perhaps how do you counsel patients on kind of the broad range of things that it could detect? And also, what does that mean in terms of our emergency rooms and the kind of end user providers, thinking about, the continuous glucose monitors that many patients have there's a huge variability in patients who think that, 120 is a reason to go to the hospital versus the patients who have a reading of 600. And so how do you actually, empower the patient to follow up, but also where does the responsibility lie in terms of, is there like an inherent alarm on these devices that triggers their provider to get involved, or is it completely on the patient to seek medical care? So I just was hoping that perhaps you could speak to that, or maybe I'll look forward to it in the next iteration of the chapter of how you're going to counsel patients on that aspect of the outcomes.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think that's a really good question. It kind of speaks a little bit to what we see in clinic is, our patients with Apple Watch AFib alerts, because increasingly frequent. So I think what we often do in my research group is we say this is a pathway first, and the technology is purely an enabler. So this is just one component of a human executed clinical pathway. That on this occasion is actually just a discrete single encounter. So the patients aren't holding onto the device and they're not regularly examining themselves. So the downstream actioning is actually someone looking at a central dashboard, looking at the results coming in, and referring people into appropriate pathways. But no, it's really important for us to explore more broadly. I think it's interesting that you mentioned atrial fibrillation and other cardiovascular diseases, because I didn't touch on it here, but actually the device has 3 layers of AI, which is heart failure, AFib, and valve disease. So actually, we have to think about that more broadly. We've not included it in the chapter because the focus is on heart failure specifically, but it does introduce an extra layer of complexity. The lazy answer to this, I think, might be that we are doing so poorly right now with detecting heart failure and AFib and all these other things that we need to do something. And it's likely that our hope would be that the benefits will far outweigh the false negatives and the implications of that. But we have a responsibility to do our best to measure that as much as possible.
I think you might be next on the queue, right?
No, you
I'm
go
sorry.
for it. No, it's okay.
I didn't see your
What? No, it's on the other side of the room.
Hi, I wasn't expecting to get to jump in so suddenly. I was sorry, I almost lost my train of thought, but I guess my question was more on the doing so poorly. So this is like an area where we're seeing more and more private actors also doing this without you have all these central government support. I love the acronym NICE. So for example, I know that there's quite a bit of action around dermatology, teledermatology, and melanomas, where patients are doing this on their own with such little access to dermatologists. And I was just thinking, like, the best practice example you could be studying for, given all the private actors that are going into the area, and just how to, that seems to be happening so quickly with the Amazon and the Best Buy, and like how to how to distinguish, right, as a consumer, if something that's government supported like this with all the regulation in place versus private actors. It's like a broad question, but
Yeah.
certainly happening in America. I'd love to know in the UK.
Oh, it's a great question. I mean, I'm in the fortunate position where I work in a health system where less than 10% of what we do is private healthcare, and so actually there's a lot of gatekeeping to these technologies. I mean, I would envisage that a patient wanting to perform AI ECG here would have to be enabled access to it by their physician. So I don't think you'd be at the stage where you could go out and buy access to the AI, which is software as a medical device, and just stick it on and try and get someone to interpret it for you. So I think my view of this would be that it should be not readily accessible in the way that the AFib Apple Watch is at this stage, because we're just far too early for it. We'll be flooded with patients worried about heart failure queries. But again, this is something that this pathway that we're pursuing here could potentially glean some insights into. I think one of the things we would want to know is, well, can this inform whether or not this should be something that is just freely and readily available to do whenever you want? And what are the implications of doing that? So it's a slightly waffly answer because I don't know the answer, but I can certainly see the challenges behind it.
Oh, I was just in the 20 seconds left. I was going to ask, how are you introducing it to patients? I kept wondering what does the box look like when it arrives?
Yeah, so we've done some very rough so we've done it in about 10 patients so far. I mean, this is the intention is to scale this NHS wide, but every time we send it to a patient, it iterates and something else. We get amazing, sometimes hilarious feedback. So we're not yet at the point where, but I think we do want to have very considered design around this, the sequence of what you see in the box, all of these kind of behavioral science aspects to kind of make it an enjoyable experience,
Very
not a scary
Steve's
one.
job X.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. We're riffing heavily on the Apple branding.
Great, big round of applause.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Patrick. That was fantastic. And so I think we are moving on now to the next presentation from Greer Donnelly from the University of Pittsburgh. And this is a topic that could not be more timely. And the chapter is titled Teleabortion, Virtual Care for Medication Abortion and the Future of Abortion Access.
Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. Rachel, my co-author, Rachel Boucher, is actually going to start us off first, and then I'll come in at the end.
Thank you. I am delighted to contribute to this chapter and, of course, to work with Greer. I'm Rachel Boucher. I'm the interim dean at Temple Law School and a professor of law there. So just going to take 5 minutes to talk a little bit about the emergence and regulation of telehealth for abortion. I think it's an understatement to say that the legal terrain of abortion is in flux. As you well know, the US Supreme Court is poised to abandon constitutional protection for abortion rights. If predictions are correct, states in the near future will be able to ban almost all abortion before viability within their borders, and 26 states are on track to do just that. At the same time, 15 states have passed laws that protect state-based abortion rights regardless of what the Supreme Court decides. And more recently, states are considering and passing legislation that protects providers from out-of-state lawsuits or prosecution when Roe is overturned. The remaining states, like mine, Pennsylvania, will operate in a middle ground where abortion remains legal, but may be regulated to varying degrees. So after Dobbs, the case that the court will hand down any day now, could have been today, abortion law will be a patchwork of state-by-state legality, with permission concentrated along the coast and criminalization marking much of the South and Midwest. And of course, that marks the picture of access now. And that's what we want to talk a little bit about. Abortion law is experiencing a seismic shift right now, but of course, so is abortion practice. So I'll cover the legal developments that have expanded access to early abortion through telehealth, and then Greer will note the limitations and what the future might hold for early remote abortion care. So medication abortion is a 2-drug regimen, mifepristone and misoprostol, that ends a pregnancy before 10 weeks of gestation. The FDA applies a drug safety program to that first drug, mifepristone. It's a risk evaluation mitigation strategy, a REMS. And that REMS applies for drugs deemed potentially risky and in need of monitoring. So for mifepristone, only certain providers can prescribe the drug. Patients sign a patient agreement form, which duplicates the informed consent process. And until last December, the FDA required that patients collect mifepristone at a hospital, clinic, or medical office. The effect of the in-person requirement was to prohibit pharmacies and mail-order prescription services from distributing mifepristone. Since 2016, the FDA has not mandated that a provider be physically present when the drug regimen is collected or taken by the patient. So of the 20,000 drugs regulated by the agency and the 17 with the same restrictions, mifepristone was the only one that patients had to retrieve at a healthcare facility but could take without provider supervision. So just as a note, the FDA permits mailing to patients' homes the same drug compound in higher doses and larger quantities. ACOG, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, brought suit in 2020 with 4 other parties to enjoin the in-person dispensation for the life of the pandemic. A federal district court agreed and issued a nationwide injunction of this in-person requirement for the duration of the COVID-19 national emergency. We could get into Q&A, the reasoning of the holding. The Supreme Court stayed the district court's injunction in January 2021, and the litigation became moot when the FDA exercised enforcement discretion to suspend in-person dispensation for the course of the pandemic. Then, as noted, in December 2021, the FDA made that change permanent. That's all background that we cover in the chapter to talk about what has facilitated the rise, the proliferation of virtual clinics. So mifepristone can now be mailed to patients under the supervision of a certified provider. The FDA announced that certified pharmacies will be able to dispense the drug once it's collected evidence from the drug manufacturers and issue guidance on what that certification is. That could, based on the regulation of other medicines, take a range of possibilities from ongoing education and training to pharmacists to authorization numbers marking the prescription is valid for a specific time period. A simple way, just as a plug, to implement certification is to have a pharmacy representative attest when ordering mifepristone from the distributor that there are licensed pharmacists at the pharmacy or within the pharmacy chain willing to dispense it. But in the wake of being able to mail abortion pills, groups like Abortion on Demand have taken hold. This is the first large-scale telehealth abortion service run by a US-based provider. It's an automated asynchronous intake followed by an online appointment with the physician and an informed consent process using a pre-recorded video. Gestational age is assessed through a home pregnancy test and the date of the first day of the last menstrual period. AOD was built with telehealth regulations in mind. The process is HIPAA compliant and designed to protect patient privacy. It's the same process for every state in which AOD operates, even in Minnesota and Georgia, which have 24-hour waiting periods. The entire process from counseling to receipt of pills takes between 2 to 5 days and costs about $300 less than clinic-based care. At present, AOD and other groups like Choice, Just the Pill, operate in 23 states and will expand to 27 this year. In addition, Plan C, a nonprofit that works with physicians certified to prescribe medication abortion and willing to mail the regimen to patients, operates in 6 additional states. Just quickly mention Aid Access is a group that works with providers in Europe and a pharmacy in India to mail medication abortion to people in every state, where telehealth for abortion is prohibited. There are 19 states that have those prohibitions. So the landscape is shifting in ways that many thought unimaginable 10 years before, early terminations without a brick and mortar clinic, but there are significant challenges. And with that, I'll turn it over to Greer.
Hi, everyone. I'm Greer Donnelly. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Pittsburgh Law School. It's always such a pleasure to work with Rachel and to be here today. I feel a little out of my element since I'm primarily an abortion rights scholar, but it's been lovely to just learn from all of you. So Rachel described kind of what's been going on the past few years to facilitate telehealth for abortion and where we stand right now. My goal is to kind of explain what we think what we think it's going to look like in a post-Roe world. So obviously, most people in this room are familiar with the case Dobbs, which is expected to overturn Roe this month, or perhaps at the very beginning of next month. So if Roe is overturned, it looks like roughly half the country will, within a few months, ban abortion. People in those states essentially have 3 options. The first is to continue a pregnancy against their will. We know from data out of Texas after SB 8 was passed, and also data from other countries where abortion is banned, that this actually is not the option that most people choose. So the other options available to people who do not want to be pregnant is the first is to travel out of state for an abortion where it is legal. This is going to be tough because 3/4 of abortion patients are poor or low income. And even though abortion funds are stepping up trying to be able to support folks who need to travel for abortion, we know that these funds are probably not going to be able to scale up to the extent necessary after half the country bans abortion. We also know that certain states are going to try to attack and target these funds to make it impossible for them to support folks who are leaving particular states. And moreover, even if patients can get out of state, if they can afford to get out of state, there's going to be, especially in the short term, very long delays everywhere, right? Almost overnight, you're going to see roughly half of the country's abortion providers needing to provide almost all of the country's abortion services. So the third option is for patients to illegally self-manage their abortion. there's a lot of people use this term self-managed abortion in a lot of different ways. So we are using it in this paper to refer to someone who's able to get an abortion without the help of an in-state provider. So this would cover folks who are buying medication abortion directly online without any doctor's involvement. This is kind of the traditional understanding of self-managed abortion, but also, like Rachel mentioned, the organization Aid Access, where there are providers in other countries that are helping someone access abortion within states that might ban it. We know from the SB8 data that after abortion became, illegal, essentially after 6 weeks in Texas, Aid Access's demand was initially over 1,000% of its pre-SB8 level and eventually leveled out to 250% of its SB8 level. So, we make the point in the book chapter that right as the anti-abortion movement is about to realize its decades-long goal of overturning Roe, the nature of abortion care has shifted and decentralized, making it almost impossible to control. So before Roe, in the pre-Roe era, states were able to control and essentially end abortion in their states by criminalizing or regulating providers. If they could threaten abortion providers to stop offering care, then that was a pretty good way to end abortion in the state, because abortion was procedural at the time, right? You needed an abortion provider. Sorry, is someone trying to say something?
I think you're actually just over time, so if we just wrap it up, that would be.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. So anyway, this new medication really changes how abortion is accessed, making it easier for people to access in a post-Roe world because it's portable. It can cross state lines. We note in the paper that there are barriers to this. Not everyone is a candidate for medication abortion. Not everyone can access telehealth. And certainly there are legal risks to accessing medication abortion in a state where it is illegal. We go through some of the federal and state solutions that might be helpful in this context, but the main point of the book chapter is that telehealth for medication abortion is really changing the way state abortion bans can be enforced. Thanks so much.
Dan, do you want to call on yourself?
I guess another question, if you can hear me okay. Greer, can you hear me? And Rachel, thank you so much for joining us. So I've got a question about the preemption issues with the REMS. And so let me just make sure I kind of have it straight in my head. One thing that's very interesting is that REMS was always the enemy of abortion access, but suddenly it may be transformed into a kind of savior if the argument is that the fact that there is a REMS is important for the preemption argument of state restrictions. So that's kind of interesting in and of itself. It also suggests, though, that any attempts to relax the REMS may be problematic. I guess I want to see if that's right. And then I want to also ask you whether you have a general sense of whether, so, we had this Massachusetts case about opioid resistant drugs, which raised the question and never really got resolved. I don't know that I have a prior on this, whether if abortion were never an issue, what I think the right scope of preemption on the basis of REMS is. But is there a way in which making this argument might distort some of FDA's power and the public health landscape in a way that worries you outside of abortion?
Great. So thank you. Yeah, we don't address the preemption argument too much in this chapter, but we have gone much more into detail in other papers. So, I think if you're thinking like an advocate and not like someone who is, really just based on the research, you might say the perfect thing for the FDA to do is to get rid of the certified pharmacy and certified provider requirements, the most onerous part of the REMS, but to keep the patient agreement form. That's the form that patients just have to sign in addition to informed consent. This would mean that the FDA still maintains a REMS, but the most burdensome parts of the REMS are gone. So it would increase access by getting rid of those really burdensome elements, but also still allow the preemption argument to be as strong as possible. So, I think obviously there are people who are going to push back on that, right? Because I think, you might say you can't have your cake and eat it too. If you think the REMS should be removed, it should be removed. And if not, then you can potentially, push forward on the preemption argument. I'll let Rachel jump in too with, the collateral effects of preemption. I certainly think that's something that we have thought through a little bit. I think our argument is that obviously pharmaceutical companies and, manufacturers are using preemption as a sword in a lot of other contexts. I think, I think it would be silly for the abortion rights movement not to, consider taking up that sword as well. But I do think obviously there could be some unintended consequences for states' abilities to regulate public health. But the fact that this is really super related to the REMS is really kind of the focal point of the claim, does reduce the number of kind of collateral effects out there because not that many drugs have REMS. But that doesn't mean that it won't have collateral effects.
I agree with you, Glenn. I think you know that I am, and Greer and I go round and round about this. I think that one of the things that you have to do in writing in this area is think about the implications for the other areas of healthcare and other areas that are for policy that could be implicated. And I tend to think that, arguing that there should be an FDA-sized escape hatch against any ban involving medication has lots of consequences for all kinds of different areas that are important to diverse and different segments of the population. We could think about, any number of examples that involve, for instance, contested pharmaceuticals, aid in dying, gender affirming care, any time procedures involve medication. Are we arguing that the FDA gets to trump state law? And so there, I think, is both a question of distributive consequences of what we're actually advocating for. In the Massachusetts case that you cite, indeed, is Massachusetts trying to restrict more closely an opioid that it believes to be dangerous and addictive in ways that the FDA had not established. And so I think there are unintended consequences that we, I think, more fully walk through in this longer paper that Greer is referencing. But then I also think there's a practical question lurking here that if the Supreme Court is willing to overturn Roe v. Wade and Planned Parenthood versus Casey, are they going to allow an FDA-sized a loophole in the state's ability to ban abortion access by essentially requiring states to permit medication abortion because of a federal preemption argument? I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical that the Supreme Court, as currently constituted, would do that. I'm particularly skeptical in light of what has been the track record of the Supreme Court in terms of agency power. So all that naysaying aside, I do think that we see, these preemption arguments being made in Mississippi in a case that's ongoing. We see them bubbling up in reference to questions around federal land, by analogy. I think it's worthwhile to put on the table all the strategies that are possible and to think through those unintended consequences to see what is, takes legs and what consequences we're willing to live with in a post-Dobbs world. Sorry for the long answer.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for your interesting presentation. I come from a corner of Europe where abortion is fairly liberal on paper, but we see many doctors and we see protesters outside of clinics. Where would
we're having trouble hearing?
Yeah, you're cutting out.
Oh, wow. How much did you hear? How much should I repeat?
Liberal on paper, not in practice. And that's where it was cutting out.
In practice,
we didn't hear the country either.
I'm from Slovenia. But in Europe, in many places, this is the similar picture. So liberal on paper, in practice, you have many conscientious objectors and you have protesters outside clinics that are harassing women seeking abortion care. Where would you say that the limitation or the restrictions right to abortion begins, even when on paper there are no restrictions?
So I think that I am obsessed with this question. I think that there's a lot to learn in terms of comparative experience around the gap between law and practice and the law and practice and law in the books. I think there are great examples of liberalized progressive abortion laws in which, because of health infrastructure, refusals, practical impediments, those rights aren't necessarily realized to the extent that legislators or constitutional framers might have imagined. In terms of Dobbs, I want to take your example and twist it a little bit, because one thing I think is really interesting is a set of questions around, if we're in now a country where 26 states ban almost all abortion, are they going to really be able to implement those bans effectively or enforce them? Now, they're going to try, and what some states are going to do a much better job trying. But I think that your question is relevant both to the context in which there is abortion permission, but also the context in which there is abortion restriction. Because one thing our chapter endeavors to show is that abortion pills really test the ways in which states can enforce their criminal bans. There will be people who are punished when states turn their attentions to patients, which we suspect they might do. And those people we know will be the most marginalized, those lacking information and the like. But there's still the question that I think your comment raises around what is it that we can know about the gap between what law provides and what happens on the ground.
Great. I think we have maybe time for the one last question, but not an answer. So, Chris, do you have a question you want to ask, or was there someone else that I missed? I'm sorry. Oh, Dan has his hand. Dan, you go ahead.
Sure. Just very quickly, a prerequisite for managing a pregnancy, however one chooses to do so, is knowing that you're pregnant. And your chapter talks a lot about the gestational period restriction on even male-based medication options. And I'm wondering if you're aware of any digital sort of decentralized earlier pregnancy diagnostic technology that might put even more of the power to know whether or not you're pregnant in patients' hands. And a related question that extends maybe your commentary about the role of preemption here is whether, if that's the sort of thing that's downloaded from the App Store, for example, could that be made illegal in one state but not another, if there turned out to be some digital biomarker that reliably identified somebody as pregnant?
30 seconds.
So I would I guess my first thought would be that, the home diagnostic pregnancy tests are very effective and capable of being used quite early. And so I don't know if people would need to use an app for that. Rachel, I don't know if you want to use the 15 more seconds.
Go for it, Greer.
Surveillance problem. Yeah. One thing that we're really thinking a lot in the future is how surveillance of all sorts of apps, like pregnancy tracking apps, in addition to a variety of other data, can be used to criminalize abortion.
Great, huge round of applause.
All right. Well, thank you very much. It's an incredibly timely presentation, and I think so. Moving to maybe the other end of patients' life cycles, we're delighted to have Emily Largent from University of Pennsylvania Department of Medical Ethics and Health Policy present her work entitled "Monitoring on Your Mind: The Ethical and Legal Implications of Monitoring Older Adults for Alzheimer's Disease." Emily, thank you so much for joining us in person. I'm really looking forward to hearing your presentation.
Yeah, thank you. We really did end up right at the other end of the lifespan here with my presentation following on the one we just had. So I am looking at dementia specifically, which is a loss of cognitive and functional abilities severe enough to interfere with an individual's daily life. And there are many potential causes of dementia, but 2/3 are caused by Alzheimer's disease. And so that is the area where I'm focused Alzheimer's disease is really recognized as a massive public health threat right now. There's been a huge amount of money invested in this. We have a national plan, the first goal of which is to find a disease-modifying therapy. And with the influx of resources into this and the research that's been generated around this plan, what we've seen is a huge growth in the science and our understanding of the neuropathology of Alzheimer's disease. So for a very long time, we've had a situation where Alzheimer's disease is actually diagnosed in the clinic. A patient shows up with a characteristic onset and pattern of symptoms. The clinician says, you know what, I think the most likely cause of this is Alzheimer's disease, but that would remain a probable diagnosis until the individual died, and then it could only be confirmed on autopsy. So we're seeing a shift now, though, away from this really syndromic definition toward a biological definition of Alzheimer's disease, where we understand that there are 3 biomarkers that really do define the neuropathology. So the first of these is amyloid. So we have amyloid plaques in the brain, we have pathological tangles of tau, and we have neurodegeneration. This is sometimes referred to as the ATN framework. Now, once we have this framework in place, it turns out that you can identify individuals who have these underlying changes happening in their brain years or even decades before the onset of cognitive impairment. So now what we have are 2 individual pieces of information that used to be very closely linked clinically. So it used to be that we thought of the cognitive impairment and the Alzheimer's disease together, but we can pull those apart. So we now have biomarkers as one source of information, and we have cognitive staging as the other. And so what that means is we can tell individuals who are cognitively unimpaired, as measured on tests that would be administered clinically, that they are at high risk for developing Alzheimer's disease dementia in the future. And there has been a lot of work looking at how we might disclose this to individuals who have what we refer to as preclinical Alzheimer's disease. And, there's a huge, I would say, debate happening within the field about when it's appropriate to disclose preclinical Alzheimer's disease. It's not being disclosed at all clinically now, largely, I would say, because there's no disease-modifying therapy. If there was something that we could give people to do to change their risk that was dependent on biomarkers, I think we'd be much more likely to give that information to them, but that's not where we're at. And so where it is being disclosed is in the context of long-term clinical trials, where having biomarkers is an eligibility criterion, and in some longitudinal cohort studies where it's being disclosed both because participants are very eager to know this, and so it's thought of as respecting their desire for information, but also as a potential means of retaining them in these trials and then following them longitudinally. So that's the state we have in Alzheimer's disease, generally speaking. But in parallel with all of this, knowing about these biomarkers has also allowed us to do research into digital biomarkers for Alzheimer's disease. And that's really where I want to spend the rest of the time we have together. So when individuals are cognitively unimpaired, at least as measured on these standard battery of tests that we can give them, it turns out that they can still be experiencing subtle changes. So they might have subjective cognitive decline, or it's, and so if they have these early manifestations of AD, that can have trickle-down effects, particularly with complex behaviors like driving or other things that start to show very, very early signs. And so in the chapter, we've outlined 5 examples of digital biomarkers for Alzheimer's disease. And, I would say we've picked this because it includes a variety of different actors who might have control over the information. Some of them are obviously related to Alzheimer's disease, but others are much less obviously linked if you were to bring that into your home. And, different risks to third parties. So the 5 that we focus on, and I should say in the start of this that I do want to acknowledge my postdoc, Claire Erickson, who's been working with me on this. So the first of the digital biomarkers is actually driving patterns. It turns out that people start to stay closer to home. They restrict their trips early on. And so some insurers already have you plug a device in, and that can affect your insurance rates. I think it's quite possible that those devices can be assessed and start to tell when people are changing their driving in ways that are indicative of dementia risk. Another area is banking and finances. It turns out that problems with banking are one of the earliest signs that somebody's experiencing cognitive impairment. Now, financial institutions already oftentimes are using algorithms. Perhaps some of you have had the unfortunate experience like me of finding out that you're traveling and your credit card's been declined because somebody thinks that might be an instance of fraud, and you have to call and check in. I think similar techniques could be used to start to identify those patterns where people are making the kinds of financial mistakes that suggest dementia risk. A third area is smart appliances. I think we all are somewhat familiar with the idea of people who leave the stove on too long, and that's one of the signs of dementia, something families worry about. But it turns out that other things, when they look into appliance usage, people who have dementia are more likely to open their fridge more often. They open their fridge for longer periods of time. And now that we are in this sort of smart refrigerators and smart appliances, I think it's quite possible that the refrigerator that you have in your house will soon be able to let you know that you've started having these changes in your fridge use that would again suggest dementia risk. Speech patterns, another area that we can think about here. Certainly, I know Petrie-Flom had the Can Alexa Diagnose Alzheimer's Disease presentation earlier this year. And this is one of those areas where I do think that by monitoring speech patterns and other sorts of things, it's quite possible that Alexa could diagnose preclinical Alzheimer's disease. So not just that you have dementia, but that you're at risk for developing dementia in the future. And then there would be this overall more comprehensive sense in which devices like smartphones and the patterns of usage of your apps could collectively, all that information in aggregates could suggest something about your risk for dementia. Now, I keep underscoring the risk for dementia because, right, we're not telling somebody that they have cognitive impairment. We're telling them that this is something that could be happening to them in the future. And I think that you have to understand and appreciate this in the context of how highly feared Alzheimer's disease is. And it turns out in work that I have done previously for people who are participating in research, we've piggybacked on these studies to sort of learn what is it like to hear that you are at increased risk for dementia. There are some challenges that I think emerge that we need to think about in this space. So the first is that not everybody wants to know this information. Some people would like information if it was completely predictive. That's not what we have here. It's partially predictive at best. And there are many individuals who, if there's not something they can do medically, particularly, they are not interested. Others find it to be quite empowering. They can revise a will. They can talk to family members about surrogate decision-making, lots of life planning that they can do. But that's quite variable. Additionally, I think there's a chance for conflict within families. Some adult children are very eager to impose this kind of monitoring on an older adult who understandably, particularly if they're cognitively unimpaired, sees it as quite intrusive in terms of their privacy and their other rights. And we have to question who and under what circumstances should people have access to the resulting information. I think that this is a situation where we might think about dissemination. We certainly can't presume that individuals want to be monitored for Alzheimer's disease risk. There's quite memorably, I know this is in the context of genetic data, but James Watson and Steven Pinker have both written quite publicly about how they were willing to share their genetic information. However, they did not want to learn or disclose their ApoE genotype. And Pinker described this as an existential dread. And so we do have to think about it. Unlike, say, your Apple Watch telling you if you're having an arrhythmia, this is a situation where we can't presume that there's a consent to learn. And you might have some thoughts about the presumed consent to learning about an arrhythmia on an Apple Watch, but certainly dementia risk is not something we can just assume that people would like to have this information. Just a few other points. In the interest of time, communicating this has typically occurred in the context of very controlled environments, people who have training and understand what the biomarkers signify. But we're looking here at non-health actors, your insurance agent, your banker, letting you know that you have an increased risk for dementia. Certainly, I was glad to see that Barbara had the citation to that great article about Target, letting a parent know that their adult daughter, or not adult, their minor daughter was pregnant. In her paper, because that's an area we've thought a lot, that you don't want people to inadvertently learn through targeted advertisements. And although it's true, and Carmel anticipated this before, that people have talked about the safety of disclosing this information, it's not unheard of for people to say that they would use this to inform plans for suicide or other things should they start experiencing cognitive impairment. We have a very broad context of stigma and discrimination. And the last point that I would like to make for the purposes of our discussion here is that, these are older adults who are being made vulnerable by the condition that we're talking with them about. And so we have to think about the instances of, abuse, financial exploitation, and other things that could happen to them. And with that, I will open it up to questions.
2 minutes ahead, so you get more question time. Well done.
I think you left me extra time.
I think I did. And honest too. Wow, look at that.
I'm an ethicist, Glenn.
Questions?
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Emily. I really enjoyed your chapter and big fan of your work in general. I had a thought to tie, I thought digital biomarkers are really interesting to think about the broad spectrum of daily life and how it could connect as a potential risk. And one additional kind of question thought, I'd love to get your thoughts on is around hearing, because hearing could be a risk. Hearing loss is something that inevitably happens as we get older. And that could be a risk for developing dementia. And it seems like a very cost-effective type exam, yet it's rarely done. Less than a third of older adults seem to have hearing aids for a variety of reasons. But I was curious how that could potentially fit in that type of diagnostic tool. And also, unrelated to that point, but as we're thinking about care in the home more and more for older adults, I also came across several different types of studies documenting the number of caregivers, caring for their spouses in this case who have dementia. Around 15% seems to be the number that keeps coming up. And what that could mean as care moves more into the home and we're more reliant upon caregivers to help support loved ones that may have dementia. So two totally separate questions, but related to your topic.
Yeah, so the hearing loss example is quite interesting. I know there are also lots of thoughts about gait and how phones with the accelerometers could start to highlight some of this. I think it raises interesting questions about the apps that we download because we're trying to find the information versus the things that are passively collected about us. And so I would have to think about it more. But certainly I think that could be part of it. There's a huge problem with delayed and misdiagnoses of dementia or even dementia diagnosis has occurred, but it's written in the chart without being disclosed to the patient. So we have sort of a whole series of problems. And I think that if we could have ways to empower families to start to gather information, even to get into the clinic or think about that in other ways, that could be very powerful. And then in terms of the caregivers themselves, it's, we start, you always think in dementia care about the dyad because it turns out that outcomes are best when you think not just about the person with dementia in isolation or the caregiver in isolation, but when you can find ways to support that dyad. And I think for a host of reasons, some of which have been flagged today in terms of, how do you think about the bycatch and other sorts of things, caregivers might benefit from their own interventions, that's just another dimension of this and maybe one I should add in my challenges because I do think that the dyadic piece is always so important here. Thank you.
I think Dan and then Rachel online. Dan, why don't you go first?
Great. Well, thanks for that wonderful overview, Emily. There were two sort of related questions. One is whether the pre-diagnosis stage of Alzheimer's is sufficiently well characterized to support the kind of diagnostics that you're describing and what problems might arise if it's not. And the example I would compare it to would be something like frailty, which is a closely related clinical syndrome, has a lot of different definitions and lots of different ways to define it. And similarly, lots of different ways to characterize patients as having it or being at risk for it. And if there's lots of different devices, whether it's your smart speaker, your car, your bank account, characterizing in a slightly different way, a slightly different syndrome, I worry that that's not just a marketing problem, but that's something that would need to be confronted in a regulatory way or and have some ethical boundaries around it. And the related piece of this is that the salience of that potential diagnosis, even if different devices or diagnostics disagree with each other, is likely to be the highest in the patients with the least amount of agency to do something about it. And wondering if that's something that you've considered.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. I think that, preclinical Alzheimer's disease is not considered sufficiently validated to roll out in clinical practice. I mean, again, additionally, we have this problem of not having medical actionability. And so I think that once, those will probably happen hand in hand. But that being said, I think the examples that I picked, I do think that there's a pretty good evidence base. And the other part of it in picking our examples was not only do we have good evidence that this is actually able to catch risk of cognitive impairment, but that there are already modalities existing that can do this, right? It's the car tracker that you already have available. It's the smartphone that you're already carrying. It's the fridge that you're potentially already buying when you go appliance shopping. And so one of the things I find so challenging about this area is that while we don't think this is ready for prime time clinically, we don't see the same constraints applying out in the community setting. And so I think that there's a very real chance that this is an area where the at-home diagnostics is actually going to be really far out in front of the clinical practice because it's going to start happening even before maybe we're comfortable disclosing these clinically. All of that said, I think that's a real challenge. And when we need to think about how we handle that mismatch between clinical practice and otherwise. But my hope is that what's conveyed is dementia risk and not a diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease, and that it actually drives people into a clinical setting where they can get a better diagnosis. Now, of course, there we have shortages in memory care appointments. People are waiting months and longer to get into the clinics to see things. That suggests that primary care doctors need to become more comfortable with this, although we have good evidence that they're not. And, I'll just keep layering in considerations. We are very, very close to having blood-based biomarker tests, which will also really revolutionize how this is happening in primary care practice. So lots of intersecting scientific advances.
Rachel?
Thank you. I thought this was a fascinating paper, and I think that biomarkers have real potential, as you've described. But I was curious about your thoughts on the effect of depression and anxiety in heightening or exacerbating dementia. So that one of the risks, I think, that in the risks that you so eloquently capture in your chapter is the risk of the psychosocial effects of these diagnostic tools and how they could themselves deepen or exacerbate someone's experience of dementia, because I think I'm referring to the literature that shows that depression and anxiety can heighten can escalate the onset of dementia and its severity. And so I'm just curious about where that sits, those psychosocial factors, alongside what is, I think, very innovative work around biomarkers and other other diagnostic or assessment tools.
Yeah, I love this question because it looks at both ends of, sort of as an input and an output, thinking about depression and anxiety. So in terms of as an input, certainly, when I sit in on clinical consensus, it's always a question whether or not the person has depression and anxiety, and if that might actually be causing their cognitive impairment, and if that's something they can be referred for treatment. And so this ties back, I think, nicely to Dan's question, which is the app, the end of it, or do we need to think about this in a system of care? So I think that you have to think about it as a system of care, and would hopefully not give somebody the sense that they had, this diagnosis that there's very little we can do about, when in fact there's something that's quite modifiable in their personal situation. I mean, the other thing that people worry about is the output end, which is once we give this information to individuals, do they experience depression and anxiety, potentially a worsening quality of life by virtue of knowing that they're at heightened risk? And, for a long time, that was actually a reason that was given against the disclosure of biomarkers. But studies have been done suggesting that while people do have negative responses, they're disappointed, they're concerned, they generally don't experience clinically significant levels of anxiety, depression, or suicidality. That being said, we have to, really put the caveat in there that these are oftentimes pre-screened populations where people are excluded who have various psychiatric conditions, or who are quite explicit that they wouldn't use this to inform planning around their own end of life. And when we think about the apps, right, there are not similar controls in that way. And so I do think that it's an important empirical question, which is how, when this is much more broadly disclosed to people, are you seeing people react to it? I certainly worry that if there's not good education, that people might misunderstand risk versus a diagnosis, and you might see some very unfortunate outcomes in that respect. So we really have to tackle it on both ends, right? Input and output. Thank you. That was a great question.
Any last questions? All right, well, a round of applause.
Well, I think this is well timed to wrap up this particular panel, which is Jody Platt, an assistant professor in the Division of Learning and Knowledge Systems at the Department of Learning Health Sciences, University of Michigan. And her chapter is Renegotiating the Social Contract for Use of Health Information, Lessons Learned from Newborn Screening and Implications for At-Home Digital Care. And just to say that I really enjoyed this chapter and think it weaves together themes that are applicable to all of the disease-specific conditions that have been mentioned so far. So thank you very much for participating in this session, and looking forward to your talk.
Thank you for having me. I'm really excited to be here. So we're sort of moving all over the life course this afternoon, this morning. I'm going back, and we're also going to, in this particular chapter, go back in time a little bit. So the chapter is trying to, again, sort of connect what we've learned from the case of newborn screening and the Michigan BioTrust in particular to at-home digital care. Both circumstances, I think what we see is a confluence of technology, culture, and circumstance sort of providing an opportunity to use more data in new ways and to sort of support the research, clinical data, economic enterprises all at the same time. So what happened in Michigan, I'll focus on that, is that Michigan's newborn screening program had a repository of newborn screening blood spots that had been collected from 1984 until early 2000s. What happened in the early 2000s was that they had an opportunity to move the blood, they had to move the blood spots from a basement in a building in Lansing in the capital that was going to be destroyed. So they said, okay, what do we do with these? Do we destroy them, or do we see this as a resource that we can build from and maybe use as a resource for research? Around the same time, the UK Biobank was coming together. Other public health departments were considering the use of newborn screening for research. And some of those health departments met with success. Some of them met with lawsuits. So Michigan really wanted to see how they could, again, sort of make this transformation of what they saw as a potential gold mine for, again, sort of medical research and public health care. So the first question that really faces the organization in that circumstance is, okay, what kind of ethical sort of basis are we going to do this on? So we're a public health department. We collected the blood spots for public health reasons, and now we want to use them for research, which has a different set of ethical norms associated with it. They could make an argument in both directions, or in both sort of through both lenses, to support, again, sort of the creation of this new repository. But the rationale for each is going to be different. And again, the expectations, particularly around informed consent, were wildly different. For newborn screening blood spots moving forward, they have implemented a process of informed consent. And one of the things that we were able to do was say, okay, well, what about this so-called legacy collection of 4.5 million spots, which was not gathered with consent and little awareness, if any, about the existence of the blood spots to begin with. So what we did was conduct a fairly large awareness and sort of research set of activities to understand consumer perspectives on the use of newborn screening blood spots. We talked to about 400 people in the context of community sort of town hall style meetings. We did campus outreach and spoke to about 2,000 college students at various campuses around the country. We also did a Facebook campaign and conducted a couple of surveys using the Michigan State University State of the State survey and some other platforms. And what I want to focus on in this chapter in particular are sort of three things. One is sort of where did people fall in terms of their preferences for consent and notification? What was maybe underlying some of those preferences? So we can maybe get to that in terms of what it means for the implications of governance for at-home digital care, and really a number of sort of big data enterprises that the healthcare sector is currently engaged in. And then sort of to sort of reflect a little bit qualitatively on what we heard from consumers. So with respect to consent, we found, and again, multiple surveys and even in some of other sort of research that we've done, not in the context of newborn screening, but in general, when given the option of opting in once, so sort of a broad consent model, opting in multiple times over time, maybe for each research use or periodically over time, opting out, saying, no, thank you, I really just don't want to be a part of this at all, or I don't care. A majority, and a majority being somewhere on the order of 80% of people fell in one of those first two categories. So they would say, I either want this broad consent or I want to be asked each time. And I'm going to get back to those two groups in a minute. But that leaves about 20%. And again, it tended to split fairly evenly between people who said, I don't care, doesn't matter. And then another group that says, just please don't, I don't want to be a part of this. And so when we're talking about large populations, that 20% is going to be significant and meaningful. But it's also, I think, real data that contradicts some claims that, oh, people don't care about this, it's not that important. I think what we've been able to show is that people really do care. Second question is, what underlines these differences between broad consent and the sort of, I want an ongoing sort of relationship with the people who are holding my data, and I want you to come back and ask me each time. And what we found was that the people who wanted broad consent were also people that generally supported the research and health sort of health enterprise and trusted that their best interests were being prioritized. Sign of respect, but really didn't want to be bothered, right? So it was, I want to sort of opt in, but don't bother me over time. For the second group that said, I do want to be notified quite often, they were also generally sort of somewhat more skeptical about research and healthcare and the use of their information. And so that sort of going back was, again, a very important sign of respect for who they were and how they were participating. So that's what we learned around the sort of consent question, right? That people wanted to be asked, and they wanted to be asked perhaps frequently, depending on sort of where they stood on the spectrum of trust. And then qualitatively, what we heard quite often, and I have my computer sort of going on and off, so I'm going to ignore it for the moment, and I'm running out of time. But the sort of quote that captures the way a lot of people felt about this kind of exercise is that it is, on the one hand, very cool, and it's creepy. So they were sort of that, and that again has sort of gone on over time. So it's cool and it's creepy, and we need to sort of be able to sort of work with both of those attitudes at the same time. So what does all of this mean for at-home digital care? I think what it means is that there are important implications for governance and for how we engage consumers at this sort of new moment in healthcare, where we're basically providing them with new opportunities for participating. First is that we just probably want to engage in greater systematic ethical analyses that can help us understand the different professional and particular perspectives. So again, at-home digital care, we're working perhaps with sort of clinical ethical principles, to some extent research, but also, ethics of innovation and technology, and developers sort of coming from their own professional backgrounds and really sort of interests. So understanding sort of whose interests are at sort of the center of how we're governing the health information in at-home digital care. The second is that I think this work sort of points to the importance of engagement of people and not just patients. So talking to people before they've even walked through the front door of their care, whether that front door is their own home or if the front door is the hospital. But it's that people engagement that's going to be important, and asking questions and knowing what the appropriate questions are. We talked a little bit about consent earlier this morning, and the question, that may be the question, but there may be other questions that we need to ask to be able to get to the answer of how do we operationalize digital health at home and use people's information that in ways that respects their personhood. And then finally, the importance that there's probably going to be importance in sort of the decision-making processes and governance, and assuring that there's diversity of voices in terms of who's making decisions about how health information is shared, that can help us ultimately identify and communicate the value, respect, and trustworthiness of the systems we're building. Thank you.
And we have time for questions.
Or lunch.
You'll ask a question, that's okay?
Yeah.
This goes a little bit outside the chapter maybe. The first is to say the politics of newborn screening at a political level. So like in Texas and other places we've had blood spots. We've had instances where this has become politicized and whether you think that plays it in. The other is just kind of the introduction and the increasing cheapness of kind of whole genome sequencing and whether you think that's just a scalar difference or whether that's actually a difference in kind that we should be thinking about in terms of what we can do.
You mean in terms of whether there's sort of the genetic exceptionalism
Exactly,
question? Yeah. So I think, so we've actually recently conducted a public survey to ask people about what kinds of information they were comfortable with having in predictive models. And genetics fell somewhere in between. In fact, the most sensitive data type in that question had to do with social determinants, income, things that aren't protected at all. Right? Income, history of incarceration, maybe that's obvious, but education, those kinds of things. And that genetics was somewhere in the middle, mental health was somewhere in the middle. Clearly clinical kinds of things were okay. Blood pressure, heart disease.
Thank you for that excellent presentation. My question is kind of around how you practically influence some of the strategies given how ubiquitous and settings. We're talking about stakeholder engagement and these frameworks, but just where we're at already, how do you practically roll out?
That's a really good question, and I'll be sure to include it. I don't know. I mean, one of the problems, and I think it was one of our very first presenters sort of talked about this notion. It's like, who's actually responsible for any of this? And it's probably going to be a chain of responsibility. But it's a good question.
I'm both a questionable person and a questionful person, but this is the part of the questionful.
Okay.
I'm curious a little bit about how much in the empirical side of it, commercialization has played in. So attitudes towards commercial exploitation versus direct public health exploitation, and whether you see generational or other gaps. And I know that the research project was not designed to answer this question, so it may be more of an anecdotal or more of an impressionistic. But I'm curious to know whether you think that people have very different attitudes towards something like the UK Biobank versus 23andMe versus kind of, partnerships and how that plays out.
Yes. So, so I think it certainly does play out, at least in the United States. I think, I don't know, in the United States and in Michigan, sort of the studies that we've done sort of survey wide and then with people in Michigan, there's an awareness of the commercial aspect of the things that we do in healthcare. And I can't speak right now really to the trends of which who is appreciative, who's appreciative of what, but there is a recognition that it's embedded in our healthcare system and so ingrained that it's really hard to divorce any of it from from the sort of the public versus private aspects. And in fact, any claims sort of that it's purely public are met with skepticism.
I can use this one even, make it easier. So I've thought a lot about research with waivers of informed consent, particularly in the context of pragmatic trials, and looked at some of the empirical data there around sort of what people feel is respectful in terms of consent. And, I think that there are similar groups emerge there in terms of people who feel like this is fine, people who feel like with some caveats, and then there are the people who are just like no-goes. And one of the unfortunate things is that there's been far too little research around the views of minoritized populations and how they in particular feel about this, but it seems to suggest what has been done, that they tend to have more people who will come forward even after educational interventions who say, you know what, I am really not okay with this happening. even if that means that some socially valuable research can't go forward. And I think I really struggle with trying to understand how we don't have sort of a tyranny of a minority where we just start to pause these things, but then to think about how we can really move forward with research in ways when we know that there is this minority, but a group that we quite worry about in terms of violating their rights and their interests. And it's a different context that I think about because we have regulatory framework for waivers of informed consent and can go forward. And I would just love to hear more about how you think about those groups.
Yeah, I think it's a really important, it gets to the question of what are we asking, right? Are we really asking people if they want to opt out? Because I'm not sure that's the honest question. I think the question is we actually all are participating in this. And so how do we protect harm from coming? And then how do we show people who have that real and reality-based skepticism that they're not being further harmed by what it is that we're studying and how we're using it? So I think that's how I view that question, because it is an important one, and it's a hard one. It's also hard.
Last chance for questions. All right, then a big round of applause. And now we have lunch. Do you want to say anything about lunch, Carmel?
Yeah, so we do indeed have the best part of the day, lunch. It is a boxed lunch. You guys are welcome to eat it in here, but it is an incredibly beautiful day right outside with a lot of tables. So you're also welcome to grab it, take it out there. We are going to break until 1:45, which gives people a nice long break to stretch your legs, catch up with people, argue with them about their papers, etc. And yeah, looking forward to eating lunch with you guys. And to our virtual folks, sorry that you guys aren't getting lunch. If we could, we'd buy you a sandwich.
If you do eat out on the terrace and you get locked out, just knock on the window and hopefully somebody will see you, because due to COVID precautions, there's more locked doors than there used to be.
It's just so interesting how this giant data bank is managed that essentially fell into people's laps. Yeah. So I think it's a really interesting kind of example. Morning sounds I think it's but kind of thought exercise for people doing digital action strategy. There's so much data collected.
There is a question of that's
currently
Oh,
a
okay.
hazard.
Yeah,
I get you a car extension. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Actually, before we do that,
Yeah, I think so.
I think so. I'm not a lawyer, but it seems like it.
Chris, should we catch up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Well, I'm glad that you were enjoying it. It's really fun having you.
This actually.
It's just
Okay, I think there's a lag on this, but it's showing the whole room right now, so that's fine.
Sounds good.
Oh, and I think we just want this gallery too.
All right.
All right, and the sound's back on that.
Yep, I just did that. Perfect.
Perfect. That's what we were sitting at.
All right, so sound is back.
So, this is showing the whole room. It sounds fine. As long as it's not all right. Yeah.
I liked being in the little studio this morning.
Oh, yeah, you've been there before?
No.
The one in the basement of this building? Yeah, it's pretty nice. That was one of the things we built during the pandemic.
Oh, really?
I got to help design it.
I wonder, so I remember when Harvard was doing they did like some of the MOCCs and they had Copyright X
Yes.
and Terry, I remember recorded some stuff. Where was that done?
So he probably recorded at the Harvard X studio, which was is in Harvard Square near the FedEx.
All right,
Oh.
testing. Dan, can you hear me okay?
There's also one where all the
Yes, I can hear you.
every single that's what we're looking for. Studio is on campus because I've recorded over the years.
Yeah.
There's one in the medical school. There's one in the base of the Widener Library. There's
Doing
one
that.
Adams House, and then there's the one at Harvard X. which is
Oh,
nice.
wow, there's a lot of
Okay,
them.
this is-
I assume there's one at the business school too.
That's a good question. I don't know if there is. So it may be not just not allowed in like everything else for business school. They're so proprietary.
Yeah.
But we decided that basically we wanted to build our own.
Ugh.
A long break was a good thing, it turns out, because we didn't have to worry about rushing people.
Yeah.
About cutting people off.
Okay.
Okay, I'm calling it.
I thought we had 12 minutes, but we have 10 minutes.
10 minutes to present, 12 minutes for questions.
Okay.
And then it's gonna be.
So now I gotta skip over some stuff. That's okay.
They're very nice. You will talk to Laura about your slides if you have any.
I do have slides, so yeah, I have not talked to her yet.
Maybe you
Okay.
can check in first.
Okay.
I saw mine earlier, so.
And Laura, my slides are also very overly prescribed, and that's like a lot of clicking through them, like Patrick's did.
Okay, do you want to do it like Patrick? did?
Yeah, that would be
Okay,
great,
okay,
yeah.
So you'll come over here, speak into the microphone.
Okay.
And then move back there, but I
Okay.
think. Second?
Yep.
Okay, great, yeah, so whenever.
I would also like to.
We are going to start in 1 minute, 1 minute. Right?
Yeah.
Good. I'll get out of here.
I gotta stay awake. Ah, thank you.
You need that more than I do.
I totally forgot. Thank you. Not yet.
We do have a lot of those shells. Oh, yes.
All right, we're going to get started with the third panel of the day. We've got three great speakers, and I, Glenn Cohen, will be your moderator. I'm going to turn it over first to David Simon, who's presenting a paper with him and Aaron Kesselheim. David, you got the floor.
I'm going to sneak in a few seconds before you can start the timer. My name's David Simon. I am a research fellow here at Petrie-Flom Center for Health Law Policy, Biotechnology, and Bioethics. And my co-author is Aaron Kesselheim, who's at Harvard Medical School, who's a professor of medicine there, and he's the director of the program on regulation, therapeutics, and law at Brigham and Women's Hospital. He can't be here today, so all of the things that are bad in my talk are attributable to Aaron, and all the good things are attributable to me. And the subject of the talk is physician and manufacturer tort liability for remote patient monitoring devices. So next slide, please. Well, it's okay. Don't worry about it. That's okay. The central question that we decided to look at in this particular chapter was, how would courts decide tort liability issues for malfunctions or uses of remote patient monitoring devices, and how would those liability determinations change based on circumstances? Next slide, please. So we focused on remote patient monitoring devices. So devices, as that term is defined under the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. And the remote patient monitoring piece was quite broad to include any kind of surveillance device that diagnosed or collected information related to diseases or disease-related events. And here we have three different RPM devices.
We need to advance the slide one
Sorry,
more.
advance the slide.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, I think there's a slide missing. Not sure why there's animation, but anyways, so there was an overview of the talk, which is not in front of me, which is first I'm going to tell you what an RPM device is, why we chose to focus on RPM devices, the framework for tort liability that governs these devices, and the factors that can affect tort liability. Thank you. Sorry for that little snafu. Next slide, please. These are the kinds of things that we have in mind for remote patient monitoring devices. They include the Freestyle Libre glucose monitor, a biosticker system that provides physiological data by applying a sticker to the skin, and a watch that detects seizure activity. Next slide, please. So why do we choose tort liability? Mostly because it's a significant body of law that is well developed and covers most claims related to devices. It overlaps with other substantial areas of private law. We also didn't have a lot of space, and then we chose to focus on physicians and manufacturers, again, for those similar kinds of reasons. Next slide, please. So the framework for tort liability really consists, at least for our purposes, of two broad categories. The first is negligence, and the second is strict liability. The negligence standard requires actors to take reasonable care when performing some action, or to take reasonable care in designing a product. And strict liability holds individuals or entities liable for injuries that result, no matter how, from their product or their service or their action, no matter how much care they took. And of course, both of these causes of action are subject to certain defenses, which I'll talk a little bit about later. Next slide, please. This is a schematic of the tort liability landscape, and actually would like, although it's hard to see, I would like some feedback on whether this is a useful schematic to use. So we have three basic causes of action. The one that's kind of in a dotted line, we're not going to talk about today, which is misrepresentation and fraud, but we have the negligence and strict liability regimes that I mentioned. And then under each, we have the different actors who could be liable. So for negligence, we have the physician who can be liable for malpractice in treating a patient, not using the requisite standard of care, or for failing to use informed consent, for failing to obtain informed consent, which requires the physician to inform the patient of all material facts before consenting to a treatment. For manufacturers, we have a product liability for negligence, so failing to use reasonable care in manufacturing, designing, or marketing a product. And of course, we have caregiver liability for negligence in helping the patient use a product or in some way interacting with the patient's use of the product. For strict liability, we have only negligence. They're going to be liable for product defects that consist of manufacturing, design, or marketing. The significant difference is that for manufacturing defects, it doesn't matter how careful the manufacturer is. All that matters is that there's a deviation from the specifications in the manufacturing process, and that deviation caused an injury to the patient. The design and marketing claims tend to share significant overlap with negligence. But they do, at least for the design claims, there is some difference. So that's the general tort liability scheme. Next slide, please. You can click through. So what are the factors that influence liability? We tended to focus on three. The first was regulation. So how does the product reach the market and what kind of FDA review is involved? Products that reach the market through the most stringent FDA review, which is called pre-market approval, have tort immunity. That is to say, many of the state law claims that you would bring under tort that I've just described for a device malfunction or would be preempted. They would be precluded by federal law. If the device comes to market through some lesser form of FDA review or no FDA review at all, that is to say 510K clearance or the de novo process for devices that do not have a predicate, a device that's on the market, there is no preemption. So regulation can preempt state law claims, but only if there's pre-market approval. The next factor that we looked at was physician use. So how does the physician use the product and how does it reach the patient? Does it reach the patient through the physician? Is the device available only on prescription? For prescription devices that are available only on prescription, the duty of manufacturers to warn about the risks of the product transfer to the physician and not to the consumer. So the manufacturer has a duty to warn the physician of all the risks, and then the physician then has a duty to warn the patient of those risks. So the manufacturer's duty kind of contracts in some sense, and the physician's duty kind of expands. So that's a significant factor affecting liability. Notably, that applies only to failure to warn claims. So product defect claims that are centered on how the product was marketed, not on how the product was manufactured or how the product was designed. If the product is not a prescribed device, then the manufacturer's duty to warn will run to the patient directly. There's a bit of an open question in the device space about whether there will be an exemption from this doctrine or whether this doctrine will apply rather when devices are marketed directly to consumers. So far in the prescription drug space, the answer has mostly been no, or yes, no, the doctrine still applies. No, there isn't an exception. All right, so the final factor we looked at affecting liability was caregiver and patient use. So as I mentioned, a device might be operated by a patient, but the caregiver might be responsible for either affixing the device or checking whether the battery is still operating, making sure the patient is wearing the device properly, making sure it's turned on, etc., or perhaps even inputting information into the device or taking information from the device and using that to initiate care. And where the caregivers are involved in this way, there's a potential that the caregiver will not act with reasonable care. And if the caregiver's failure to act with reasonable care in interacting with the device causes the patient harm, then the caregiver may be liable for that harm. At the same time, that caregiver's negligence could reduce the liability of the device manufacturer. So it could be the device manufacturer, the caregiver, and the physician were all negligent in some way, and the liability levels would be adjusted between them. In a similar vein, patients can be negligent. And if the patient is negligent in using the device, that's going to reduce the patient's recovery. It's essentially a defense that the manufacturer would assert. So if the patient takes the BioSticker or the watch that I showed at the beginning of the presentation and uses it in the pool or takes it in the shower, and the device instructions say, don't use this underwater, don't get it exposed to water, and the device malfunctions, the manufacturer can say, well, the reason it malfunctioned was because it wasn't used according to the instructions, and that can be a defense for the manufacturer. Next slide, please. So I have 15 seconds to tell you the implications, but I think we'll just save that for Q&A, but I think there are some implications for how we ought to regulate devices, how manufacturers will choose or ought to design them, and how patients and physicians should use them. Thanks.
So we have about 12 minutes, and let's go ahead. Sorry, clear that. Does anybody have a question they'd like to ask, online or in person? We'll get the mic. Oh, you use that microphone.
Yeah. So I apologize for asking this question because I don't know if it'll be helpful to you. But so I was struck by your table 2 and specifically the row with like the 510K saying that basically like manufacturers are not off the hook if like the FDA gives them a stamp, but that's true of PMA devices. And I was struck by that because in the like econ circle, there's a paper sort of making the rounds right now that basically shows when devices are moved from class 2 to class 1 devices, there are fewer safety problems. So like deregulation, and the authors argue that that's because there's like an increase in liability instead. So like the threat of a lawsuit or something makes manufacturers make their devices safer. But based on your table 2, is there like an asterisk next to that no for the 510K devices, or is it just like well understood that FDA does not give you like a stamp where you're no longer liable for?
There's a two-part answer to the question. So the first part is the table refers only to preemption.
Okay.
So it just means that there are certain claims that can't proceed at all. It doesn't mean anything more than that. So it could be the case that because a 510K reviewed process underwent some kind of review, that courts might afford that review deference in figuring out, in making a liability determination that could affect recovery in tort. But the point is just that the types and number of claims that you can bring for a 510K product differs substantially than for a PMA device. Does that answer the question?
I think so, yeah. Okay.
So there's gradations in liability between class 2 and class 1 probably, but they don't have anything to do with preemption.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
And I would actually like to see that paper. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, so thank you very much. I really enjoyed reading the paper too. It was really a crash course for me in tort liability, so it was very refreshing. I first wondered, the overview that you gave of tort, will it be included in the paper or not actually?
So one question I had was, should I include that diagram? And then if I do or if I don't include the diagram, how much detail would you want for describing tort liability? I mean, I had some in there.
Yeah, because indeed I saw that there was some space for charts left open.
Yeah.
Because indeed I did try to to make it myself. So I was really happy seeing it over there. So just I guess that was relevant feedback. So another question that I had, which I found striking, and I guess it's more generally regarding tort liability, I saw in your paper is that if a medical device gets approved through PMA, I understand that also manufacturing defect claim is not available, right?
Right.
Because for me, that feels
Well,
very counterintuitive, because it's not because indeed the design and the failure to warm claims have been assessed through a regulatory process that nothing can go wrong in your manufacturing process, right? So for me, that felt very striking.
Yeah, so you can't, it's not that all claims are preempted. There's a little asterisk in the table that says that parallel state claims can go forward. And what that means is there are certain kinds of, the Supreme Court has said that if the state law claim parallels FDA requirements, and you allege that the company breached the FDA requirement, violated an FDA requirement, say in manufacturing the process, then the claim could potentially still go forward. It's just that you can't have a prototypical claim for product defect, not in regards to the FDA regulations. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for giving us this nice overview of the tort law system. I was wondering, so that's like kind of like the current tort law.
You showed us like the current tort law system and what it could likely look like for RPM devices. So I was wondering, is that like the optimal solution, or is there something so do we get it right, or do you think like the tort law system should look different with regard to remote patient monitoring, or is everything good? So if there would be an ideal world, how would is the tort law system already ideal, or should it look different?
Thanks for the question, Sarah. It's a complicated question because it really speaks to whether we think the current system of device regulation is functioning properly. And if we think that the current system of device regulation is functioning properly, then we can ask, well, do we think that the current system of tort regulation is functioning optimally? And I don't know that the current system of medical device regulation is functioning properly. I think many people would like to see a bit more regulatory emphasis placed on devices that are class 2. So I would say the tort system is in some sense trying to pick up the slack of the lack of regulation in that area. I don't know empirically, I haven't looked at how the regulation is affecting device manufacturers. My sense is that for devices that pose very significant risks to patients, that the tort system is probably doing a decent job of compensating people and deterring in some limited capacity companies from making serious errors in design. But it's sort of still in tension with what we want FDA regulations to do. And FDA regulations are dictating one thing for PMA devices and something different for 510K devices. So the short answer is I'm not 100% sure that I can say with confidence the tort system is functioning optimally, but I think in the absence of a more complete regulatory regime, it's doing a pretty decent job of holding companies responsible for defective products.
Great. I've got a comment and a question. The comment is just on the informed consent section. I think in terms of the freestanding tort of informed consent, you may kind of overstate kind of its application here. So the first thing is, there's some states limited to surgery, so maybe the surgical implantation of the device, not the remote monitoring. There's also the problem of the causation requirement is quite strict. You have to show not only it was material, but if the patient would have decided differently, and the very thing that you failed to disclose is what manifests. This is to say, as opposed to thinking about it as parasitic as an element of another tort. So that's just something to explore. The question is about the PMA preemption, and here's how I think about it. Is there a possible world or a set of products where the value of preemption is such that it's so valuable that you'd rather spend all the money to get the other kind of review that's much more searching? Or is it the case that as a matter of scale, the costs of getting a full review are so great that no matter that, even if preemption is the pot at the end of the rainbow, there's no way you're going to go for it?
Thanks. I think to some extent I'm going to answer your question by avoiding it by saying that in many cases, the PMA process won't be a choice of the manufacturer so much as something the manufacturer has to do if it wants to bring the product to market. So it won't be a choice of, well, do we go for a 510K or do we go for a PMA? It will be, do we want to market this kind of device or some other kind of device with less risk? But then to answer your question, in the case that there is a choice to be made, I think that my understanding is the expense of a PMA compared to a 510K is quite significant, and that the liability protections, because there are these parallel state law claims, aren't as significant a driver as one might expect. But there's probably empirical work that I still haven't discovered on that question.
Dan has a question online.
Go ahead, Dan Kramer.
Hi, David, really enjoyed your chapter. And my question is whether your framework accounts for one of the really thorny areas of remote monitoring troubleshooting that arises clinically, particularly in my specialty in cardiology, which is that there's a device that's collecting biologic data or digital biomarkers, but the defect or the problem that then could potentially lead to a tort claim has to do more with connectivity, which is the link between collecting the data from the person's body, getting it into their phone or some other relay station, if it's a standalone unit, and then kind of getting it through the airwaves somehow into a clinic and then into clinicians' hands. And this is particularly salient for devices where there's this, it feels like there's a sort of a shared potential liability across either the primary device manufacturer, the app store, the app update kind of features, the phone itself, cell signals, Wi-Fi. I mean, all these things working in concert have to work for a patient to be connected for something particularly that's high risk or important, like some of the arrhythmia findings that Patrick's device is describing. So I'm wondering how would connectivity claims in particular, so a failure to recognize in a timely fashion certain kinds of life-threatening arrhythmias, for example, how would that responsibility potentially diffused across those stakeholders be accounted for in the framework that you described?
Thanks, Dan. That's a great question. So there's a vision of tort law that would simply apply the framework that I set out to these questions in the following way. If you just take an example with a patient who is wearing an epilepsy monitor and it detects the epileptic seizure, but the person doesn't have service in the area, and so it can't alert emergency contacts. Provided the patient knows that this is a possibility, and provided that warning is deemed adequate, then it doesn't seem to me that the manufacturer of the product would be liable if they knew that this was a possibility. That said, there could be a way for the company to design the product so that didn't happen. And so there could be a claim for a design defect, basically arguing that there's an alternative, safer design. I think it becomes a little more complicated when you're talking about information transmitted to clinicians. Connectivity issues, again, would have to kind of be addressed with respect to warning the patient about what their obligations are and how the device works. And then I imagine that hospitals would enter into contracts with the device manufacturers and try to work out some of these issues internal to contracts rather than leave them open to the tort system. But I'd like to talk further with you about that since we're out of time.
Thank you very much. Big round of applause. Now we're going to switch to Alexander. Tell me when you're ready to go.
Testing. Okay.
And so you can see the timer.
Thanks. Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Alex Everhart. I'm going to be presenting a joint work with Ariel Stern at the Harvard-MIT Center for Regulatory Science, post-market surveillance of software medical devices, evidence from regulatory data. The motivation for this project, and I won't harp on this because pretty much everyone has said some statement about this effect today, is that healthcare is undergoing a digital transformation. And in particular, this is affecting medical devices where new software components are added to previously analog devices, allowing for new forms of remote patient monitoring and better collection of health data. At the same time, this comes with potential safety concerns. So I think we've talked about like glucometers as an example of remote patient monitoring devices. And there was a high profile recall a few years ago where basically the iOS app, just like we were discussing, didn't tell people that they were undergoing hypoglycemic or hyperglycemic events. So software can introduce new safety concerns. This is particularly an issue because, as I think we've sort of alluded to this, most medical devices are not approved on the basis of clinical trials. So a small proportion of medical devices, as I'm guessing many of you know, will go through the PMA process where there will be evidence based on human clinical trials. But most medical devices that are reviewed by the FDA go through this 510K process where a manufacturer demonstrates substantial equivalence to a predicate on the market, not actually using human data. And then finally, many medical devices are simply exempt from review altogether. So all that's to say that in the absence of direct evidence of safety and evidence, what we have to do is instead rely on post-market surveillance mechanisms to identify ongoing safety issues. In terms of what those mechanisms are, I'll give you a brief overview of those right now, but there's more detail in the chapter. The first option is post-market trials or registries, where a manufacturer is proactively collecting data for a specific set of devices. There are also these manufacturing plant inspections where the FDA will show up to a manufacturing plant unannounced and just say and check to make sure they have proper quality management systems in place. Third is medical device reports. The FDA will take in reports of injuries, malfunctions, or deaths that are plausibly attributable to a medical device. And then finally, there's an option for recalls where there's a known safety issue and the manufacturer or the FDA can initiate a recall of the product. And this project will be focusing primarily on the mechanisms of adverse events and recalls. So I'll detail the data that comes out of that more in a bit. But jumping into the questions we aim to ask, we ask, do medical devices with software experience more adverse events compared to medical devices without software? And do medical devices with software experience more class 1 or class 2 recalls compared to medical devices without software? In terms of the data we use to perform these analyses, we rely on the FDA's approval and clearance databases, which just lists every single medical device that the FDA has reviewed or cleared. It also includes product summaries that detail the evidence that supported the FDA decisions. And just to keep things sort of focused on remote patient monitoring, we only focus on cardiology, clinical chemistry, gastroenterology, general hospital, and general plastic surgery devices. But hypothetically, you could do the analyses we're about to present for any class of medical device. And then somewhat novel to our project, we perform a text analysis of the FDA approval and clearance documents, where we basically use an automated program to search the product summaries for the term software in order to identify whether it has a software component. And in comparison to a manual review of the documents, we have perfect specificity, meaning there's never an instance where we say the device had software when it actually doesn't. So we feel pretty good that the automated program is doing what it's supposed to do. And then important in the context of remote patient monitoring, just searching for the term software is going to necessarily identify sort of like a superset of all remote patient monitoring devices, where there's going to be some devices that have software but aren't used specifically for remote patient monitoring. So just something to keep in mind. Okay, here we go. In terms of outcomes for adverse events, we use the FDA manufacturer and user facility device experience database, which includes all reported medical device adverse events. And we specifically limit the data to mandatory reporters, organizations that are required to report to FDA as opposed to simply having the option whenever they observe an adverse event. An important data limitation of the MOD database is that we can only estimate per approval rates of adverse events rather than per device in circulation. So the MOD database doesn't say like device X has 1,000 units out there versus device Y has 800 units out there. So just keep in mind that the adverse event rates we'll present are a little bit imprecise. And finally, we look at medical device recalls, which, pretty straightforward, are basically counting the number of times medical devices experience a class 1 or class 2 recall, denoting the possibility of possible serious adverse event or adverse health consequences. So jumping into the results, what we did with this data, for the first takeaway, maybe not surprising, is that the proportion of devices with software has grown over time. In each of the categories we look at, it's like at least a 10% increase. In terms of adverse events, we find that software devices experience more adverse events compared to medical devices without software. So for the most part, if you take any point on the graph on the right, it's going to be higher than the corresponding point to the graph on the left. Also, just because that spike might jump out at you, that increase in clinical chemistry adverse events is driven by those glucose monitors I mentioned earlier. Aggregating over time and applying some inferential statistics, we see that software devices have statistically significantly more adverse events compared to those without software. So on average, a medical device with software will experience about 15 adverse events in the 2 years after it comes to market, compared to a medical device without software will experience about 4 adverse events in the 2 years after it comes to market. However, this wasn't universally true when looking at individual medical specialties, so we didn't see significant differences when looking at cardiology, gastroenterology, neurology, or general and plastic surgery devices. When looking at recalls, we see a similar but more pronounced pattern where medical devices with software are more likely to experience recalls compared to medical devices without software. Just sort of elaborating on these two spikes, again, we have glucose monitors. And then in the early 2000s, there were a lot of recalls of infusion pumps. Some of these were due to like strictly mechanical issues, but there are also some recalls due to software errors where basically a software error would cause the pump to just shut off. Again, getting into the inferential statistics, we see that it's a statistically significant difference. So about 8% of software devices will experience recall compared to about 4% of non-software devices. The other thing I want to point out is that unlike in the adverse event database, we saw like this finding is true for every single medical specialty we looked at. Medical devices with software experience more recalls compared to medical devices without software. Jumping into some discussion and takeaways. So I don't have like a formal limitation slide, but I think it's really important to emphasize that more adverse events does not definitively prove that software devices are less safe than devices without software. Like we said, there's an inability to account for the number of devices in circulation. So there could be just some like wonkiness going on in like how we estimate our fractions. Then it might also be that software increases the salience of adverse events. So the whole adverse event reporting system is dependent on different organizations reporting adverse events to the FDA. So it's possible that software just makes those adverse events like pop out more and they're more likely to get reported. In terms of takeaways, I think a big message for us is that adverse events and the current post-market surveillance system right now creates noisy signals for underlying safety concerns. So we consistently saw that devices without software or with software are more likely to experience recalls compared to devices without software. But that wasn't consistently true when we looked at adverse events. So I think like in an ideal world, we can consistently use adverse events to signal like there's some underlying safety concerns, but it's just the data doesn't seem to support that. And finally, when thinking about remote patient monitoring specifically, I think there's a growing need to think about how we might monitor the monitors, so to speak. Like as we add software to previously analog devices, how can we be sure that the devices are actually performing as intended, especially as they move from healthcare settings to the home when the post-market surveillance system is so noisy. That's all I have. Happy to take questions now or during social media after.
12 minutes questions?
Thanks. It was a very interesting paper. I had a question that's asking for some speculation.
Love to do that.
I wonder, even if we assume that there's more you show there's more adverse events, even if we assume that that shows us that these devices aren't quite as safe, are we getting more innovation, newer kinds of technologies, better kinds of products that might be worth that trade-off?
Yeah, I think there's, in general, like this particular data set is like a very narrow dimension of relative to like everything you'd want to consider when you're deciding between medical devices. So yeah, I think it could absolutely be true that, you know, you might be willing to tolerate the occasional thing going wrong for the overall convenience of like software when it works right the majority of the time. So I don't think our data really speaks to that. And I think that's probably a decision that have to be made like on, you know, a case by case basis, but I think that's very much a possibility.
So I have a mic, but I'm going to let Daniel again go ahead of me because it's a little hard for the virtual people to get in line.
Thank you. I just had a question about, you know, for the software that's embedded in these medical devices, when they do undergo any type of review, is the software fixed? You know, because when we think about the technology world, you have constant version updates. The software is constantly improving. So I'm just curious how that, if that framework is being applied to software within medical devices, And if it's not, is that an issue that we're seeing, which is that the software is frozen in time? And so really what we're seeing are issues with version 1.0, whereas if we could get to version 6.0, the software would be much better.
My understanding is that the actual like regulatory review does not like think as much about like the eventual iterations of the software. And I think that's something FDA is struggling with in general, is the fact that like the life cycle of software, like the generational turnover is so much faster compared to traditional hardware devices. So I think like in the glucometer example, that is something where there were those recalls, but then Dexcom was able to fix it by basically just like updating the app. So there was like more recalls and more adverse events, but it was also a relatively fixable problem. I think the short answer is that it's something the FDA is still very much struggling with, and I don't think they have like a good answer right now on how to deal with like the life cycle of software.
So I'm going to jump back in, and I actually have two smaller questions. One is very similar to David's. I think, you know, there's the phrase, when you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And I think we're now in an era where digital tech is the hammer. So everything we want to solve, we see everything as a nail that can be solved by digital tech. So is it possible that there's a natural impulse if people are building a cutting edge device to say, okay, there needs to be a digital component, or what can we do digitally? And if so, is there any way to take this data and try to tease out, okay, how do we so to speak, and compare there? So the other question that I had was just, so one thing that you brought up with the glucose meters is, you know, the software malfunctioned and that was bad. It had bad health outcomes, but you send out that app and it gets fixed. That seems to me to be much easier than perhaps fixing some sort of implantable device, right? Like if I have an artificial hip and turns out that there was a problem with it, fixing that is going to be much more difficult than pushing out software. So do you think that, considering the difference of the ease of fix, like there might need to be a separate category for software adverse events, saying, okay, we can recognize it quickly, we can fix it easily. It's different than recalling a whole device. Two separate questions, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's good. So I think your first question is like fundamentally like a statistics or methodology question. Like, are we comparing devices with software to the appropriate like control units to devices without software? And I would say right now where the analysis is at, it's just like very broadly descriptive, and it's like I would not say we have like the right control unit right now. But there's a lot more we could do to get to something closer to that, where we could at least compare like the exact same type of device, like a pacemaker with 2 lead wires or something, and say, okay, this one with software versus without software. So we could, you know, maybe that's still even not like a perfect comparison, but we could get a lot closer with the data we have. So that's something we'll consider going forward. And then the second question, like the magnitude of the problem, I think it's basically like our outcome variable, a recall, like there's a lot of heterogeneity in terms of like the actual effect that has on patients. And so I don't know if there's like a way where we could tease out the magnitude looking at the adverse event data, but in the recalls, there's like a date when the manufacturer initiates it, a date the FDA classifies it, and then the date it's considered resolved by the FDA. So one thing we could look at is like specifically for software devices is maybe like that whole timeline, is that like shorter for software devices or recalls related to software versus recalls related to other things. And I think that might get a sense also to David's point, like what is the extent of this problem? Like how severe is it? How much is there a trade-off? So I think that's something we could bring data to bear on going forward.
So I also have a question about controls and the like. So in the limitations section, you use the word salience on the slide, which that was a very interesting word choice in terms of what you might be detecting. These are, because to me, it's not so much, it would seem not so much salience as possibly detection, right? So if it is the case that the level of defects is exactly the same, but they are noticed more often, detected more often in software-enabled devices. In some ways, your story is in one directionality, which is to say software devices, yay, we detect the problems more often. If on the other hand, it's that they're more faulty more often, it's in the opposite direction where we say, don't think of, so this seems like an important question because it goes to the very directionality. And then I said to myself, well, given that, how could you possibly try to use the data set you had to try to answer the question? So one thing I thought about was whether you could do free text analysis of the actual press release and the like to see whether it is the software component itself that is being recalled, or is that the way the defect is cited as opposed to the rest of the device. Not perfect, but maybe that would give you some sense of that. I wonder if you thought about that.
I think that's possible. I think, again, the adverse events data is messy, but for the recalls, the FDA does assign a particular cause. So you can see like there's a software category versus like an issue with the components or something. I think in practice that field is just like populated in a way that's not great. Like one of the most common recall causes is like under review or under investigation or something. But there's enough, I think, reasonably accurately coded cause for recall that we could sort of suss that out. I'll say, I think the issue of salience or detection, you're right, might be a better word, applies more to the adverse event data than the recall data. Like I, in general, feel more confident that like a recall is a reasonable signal of safety compared to the adverse events.
Great. Do we have any more questions in the room or online? Maybe I'll just ask one more then. Sorry, go ahead, please. Good. Okay, microphone to you.
So we talked a little bit about this outside, but so what's the what would you recommend as sort of the appropriate oversight here, right? So is the system that you're describing, is it going to work, or do we need something different? And what does that look like, and who's responsible for it?
I think this sort of gets to the point David made earlier that I feel the whole like 510K system, where the way most medical devices come to market based on like substantial equivalence determinations is suspect. Especially in the case where you're like taking a previously analog device and like adding a new software thing for the first time. So I would like to see in the pre-market stage, more devices with software components be reviewed as like de novo or PMA, where you need some more like substantial evidence to bring it to market. And then going forward, I think there's a question of like, yeah, how do you handle those software updates and stuff? And I guess I'll just say, I don't know. Like, I feel like the FDA hasn't put out anything like very satisfying. And I don't know, I haven't seen any like proposals for like how to handle that software lifecycle specifically that feel satisfying either. But if anyone has ideas, there are papers to be written.
Yeah, might be a little bit beyond the scope of the paper again, but I was thinking in the context of drugs and adverse event reporting in drugs, and oftentimes with drugs, the effects aren't known for many, many years. So the first question is, comparing drugs and devices, do you think in terms of adverse events and recalls, do you think that comparison yields different ways of monitoring those two sectors? And then secondly, do you think that some of those differences result in the way that devices function compared to drugs, if that makes sense? Maybe considering the flipboard.
Yeah, so I think in terms of like when problems manifest, I think just on average, medical device problems manifest a lot sooner. And I'm not a medical doctor, so I can't really speak to why that is. But like in general, recalls, if they are going to happen, most of them happen like in 2 to 3 years after the product comes to market. In terms of that, like comparing it to like the adverse events space for like drugs, I feel like the data resources are just like a lot better for tracking drugs and like tracking patients over time who use drugs compared to medical devices. And I think a lot of that comes down to reimbursement actually, because drugs are, reimbursed at the drug level versus devices are reimbursed at the procedure level. And so there's just like not nearly as much granular specific device data that really facilitates that kind of like pharmacoepidemiology that we might like for medical devices as well.
Great, I think we're gonna have to leave it there. Big round of applause. We're gonna get set for our last presenter today. Cal, you tell us when you're ready.
All right. Thank you very much, Alexander, for getting into the reimbursement angle, because that's exactly what I'm going to talk about. So I will discuss cross-border at-home diagnostics and the reimbursement challenges that we face in the European Union. I have divided into three little parts. So first, I'm going to give you a bit of the European context. Then we're going to translate this to at-home diagnostics specifically. And then I will, if I still have time, go over the consequences for the various actors, being the patients, the pharma sector, and the European member states. So first, the European context. Of course, the context is quite different than what some other countries are used to, because we have a parallel public and private healthcare coverage. In certain member states, private healthcare is more embedded than in others. So there's no harmonization at the European level, which is important because the European competence regarding healthcare, therefore, is also limited. And by that, I mean that, first of all, the entitlement to healthcare coverage is still a member state competence. So what the European legislation merely does is aligning these various healthcare legislations, and also reimbursement of third country care is member state competence. So when I talk about cross-border healthcare, I mean internal European cross-border healthcare. So that's the limit of the paper. Then also important as part of the context is that at-home diagnostics qualify as telemedicine under European law, of course. And so I try to answer the question, what about the reimbursement for such cross-border at-home diagnostics? To dive a bit into the details, there are two reimbursement routes within the European Union, and they are triggered by different actions. So first, there is the regulation, which is triggered by a person crossing a border, free movement of persons. And then there is the directive, which is triggered by a crossing of a border of a good or a service, the free movement of goods and services. And as you already feel, one applies to telemedicine and the other one does not. To go into the details further, the tariff on the basis of which you will be reimbursed as a patient vary. So for the regulation, you will be reimbursed under the tariff of the member state of treatment, whereas under the directive, you will always be stuck with the tariff of the competent member state, being the member state where you have your insurance. Then also there's a big difference regarding upfront payment. Do you have to pay for the service upfront or not? Under the regulation, you generally don't. You only have to pay the co-payment as a patient. Under the directive, you often have to pay the full treatment upfront before being reimbursed, which will also have important consequences afterwards, as I will explain you. Recourse is made a lot more often to the regulation and to the directive. However, this can immediately be nuanced because if both apply, there is a default applicability of the regulation. So it's not that it's just more popular or more accessible. It might be a little bit, but I mean, the default applicability explains a lot in these numbers. And then there's the prior authorization. Under the regulation, you always need prior authorization. Under the directive, it really depends on the type of care and on the choice of the competent member state. And then there's also a little difference regarding the success rate, which of course in absolute numbers, giving the recourse to the regulation, translate in a lot more reimbursements taking place under the regulation. So as you see, advantages and disadvantages for both reimbursement routes. It's quite technical and not that patient friendly in my opinion, but let's see how this works out for at-home diagnostics. I try to visualize this a little bit. So here we have a patient who lives and is insured in the same member state. and who finds a very interesting telemedicine service. So I call this a stagnant patient because there is no crossing of the border of this patient whatsoever. The consequence, as you feel from what I said earlier, is that there are various options. I tried to visualize them. I was jumping ahead. So first, if the patient would physically go to a member state where the treatment is more expensive, he could still get this care under the rates of the home member state under the directive, because under the directive, you always get the tariff of the home member state. You could also go to the cheaper member state physically, and then under the regulation get reimbursed to be able to fall under this preferential reimbursement rate of the host member state, of the member state of treatment under the regulation. And then you see that when this patient would receive the same telemedicine services, which are cheaper in the member state of treatment, there is no free movement of persons, so this patient could not have access to the cheaper reimbursement rate. That's a bit seeing in detail how it works out. There is another situation here, which is a bit more complex, and we're not going to go into that further afterwards, which is where the patient previously had insurance in one member state, then moves to another member state and finds telemedicine services in a third member state. Here, strangely enough, there is free movement of persons under the regulation because you first had your insurance in one member state, then live in another member state. So here the patient can have access to the regulation, which makes it a bit ridiculous, in my opinion. So the implications in detail, first of all, there is no forum shopping for a preferential reimbursement rate regarding at-home diagnostics. There is also less flexibility regarding the healthcare coverage as such, because that also under the regulation depends on the member state of treatment, but that's not available for telemedicine services. And patients are required to pay for the at-home diagnostics cross-border fully upfront. In the procedure, also the prior authorization is often not required under the directive. However, there is an exception where member states are allowed to require prior authorization to protect their investments, such as MRIs, CTs, PETs, where at-home diagnostics maybe could sometimes get intertwined. So it gives more leverage to member states to request prior authorization. To refuse such authorization, this also depends on legally set standards, and it really depends on the competent member state how they implement that. Further in practice, 25 times more budget is spent on the regulation, which can partially be explained by the priority rule, as I explained. However, the success rate of the regulation is also 11% higher. So how does that translate for the various actors? For patients, as they can't do forum shopping, this is a disadvantage for less mobile patients, obviously. So we're talking about elderly patients, we're talking about severely ill patients who just are not physically able to cross a border to get access to the cheaper healthcare there. As they are required to pay fully upfront for the treatment, which would not be the case under the regulation, this is the disadvantage for less wealthy patients, because or they have to pay for the whole treatment upfront, which is not always possible, but they might also not have the means to travel to another country for the cheaper reimbursement rates. For the pharmaceutical sector, there is a potential issue regarding the scale advantage of telemedicine and at-home diagnostics. So there is the potential of cost effectiveness of telemedicine, but as some EU documents also state, reimbursement is a key to success in the European market for such scale advantages. And contradictorily, because reimbursement is more available for in-person care, this may have a greater reach, which I found striking. And then lastly, member states may raise budgetary concerns in order not to authorize reimbursement of such telemedicine services. However, in my opinion, when making such assessment, they should also take into account the potential of the cost effectiveness of telemedicine and at-home diagnostics specifically. And they should also take into account that currently the recourse to cross-border healthcare in the EU remains super low. So, I mean, I think that's very important to also consider for them. Thank you very much. I'm very looking forward to your questions.
We have about 12 minutes for questions.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. You said that the rate of cross-border healthcare is really low. What would you speculate are the reasons for that? The first one I can think of is language, obviously, but do you think there's other reasons for people not seeking cross-border healthcare?
I think it's just indeed also a lack of awareness. I think we really do not have this habit in the EU of looking cross-border, whereas it's striking to me because we don't have borders and everything is so accessible, but there is no such thing as free movement of patient rights in the EU. So there's free movement of persons and services, but you feel that the member states are really protective of their healthcare systems. And I think that's what's also embedded in the mindset of the people. They do not even consider it. I think that's the reason that the member states, they don't advertise it, they don't give any information about it. Because I've really looked into all the data, there were really interesting reports of the European Commission, etc. And they always concern very specific areas where there is this cross-border healthcare. Majorly France, people from France apparently are very keen of looking for cross-border healthcare, and a lot of other member states don't have that. So I think it's indeed a matter of awareness and the fact that member states are not really keen on promoting it. Yeah,
that's very fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. This is such an excellent talk. And in many ways, it dovetails well with what Catherine and I are going to discuss from an American view. So loved the comparison. And I was curious with your telemedicine examples, does the modality seem to vary or matter, like audio only or asynchronous, other methods within telehealth and how that could impact uptake or interest by patients to want to have that
for cross-border healthcare specifically. So what I can think of and what comes out a little bit more in my paper, but maybe not yet enough, specifically for at-home diagnostics, what I found interesting was indeed the idea of, so there are specific legal basis on the basis of which under the directive, a member state can require prior authorization. If it doesn't fall within one of these criteria, they're not even allowed to ask for prior authorization under the directive. And then there are specific conditions for refusing such authorization. And I found that both for requiring prior authorization and for refusing the authorization afterwards, there were criteria that I found very focused on. It's not focused on actually the medical device, but it's focused on the alternatives. So, for example, protecting the national healthcare investments, as I said, like MRI scans, CT scans, etc. So that's what it's mostly focused on. But maybe there are other ones that are relevant. So I brought the directive, so I can look into it for you during the break. Yeah, but not others that really cross my mind right now. But I found the protection of investments, which might get outdated at some point, right? So that's striking, an interesting one for at-home diagnostics focuses. Yeah.
I was curious whether there are strong differences between the categories or just the content of the types of things where people seek reimbursement under the directive versus the regulation. And the way I backed into this question was, so almost everything I know at this topic is from a book I did a few years ago about medical travel, which had a chapter about medical travel for surgeries in particular in Europe. And I started thinking about RPM, so remote patient monitoring for surgery that was antecedent to medical travel, then going back to your home country, or the opposite, someone who has the surgery in the stagnant case, but then moves and they want basically their old physician to continue monitoring them. So I had wondered a little bit about how the reimbursement for the underlying surgery or procedure and the reimbursement for the monitoring, whether one might be under the regulation, the other might be under the directive, and complicated cases like that. Sorry, that was a bit convoluted.
Sorry, can you please just tell me what?
So just, I'm curious about so how are cases where the telemedicine is kind of following a surgical procedure? How are those treated if you went cross-border for the surgery?
So I think, let me just brainstorm a little bit. For at-home diagnostics, there's the reimbursement, I think it's separate. I think it's two separate elements that you have to consider indeed. And it also depends again on the member state, of course. How do they assess it? Because it's not the European legislation that decides what will be reimbursed. So I think you should have to look at member state level in the various member states available. And if indeed you are talking about one treatment there and the other one there, you would have to look into the member state legislation, like do they still include it or don't they include it anymore? And then go to the other member states legislation. So it becomes quite a kind of a matrix where you have to assess both elements under the legislation of all the member states that could be involved and under the regulation and the directive. Complex assessment, yeah.
I'm not sure I completely understand the dynamic with respect to MRIs and CTs and what's going on there. So you're talking about at-home care. So somebody wants to get a telemedicine visit with somebody in a different member state, and then they want to get a CT, and then what happens? Or an MRI?
Yeah, so indeed, what I'm talking about actually is where indeed a medical device would replace yeah.
That's what I thought. So yeah, so because I was thinking, yeah, there's we did a conference on mobile MRIs, and I would think that it would be much cheaper for the country to have these mobile MRI machines than maintain a giant all the MRI machines all over the country. So I understand they want to protect their investment, but I wasn't really sure how that fit in. And then the prior authorization request, I was just a little bit confused. So maybe you could help explain that a little bit.
So the prior authorization request.
I wasn't really sure how the prior authorization fit into the MRI and why a prior authorization would be protecting.
Yeah, so indeed it is talking about, but maybe I should indeed clarify that in my paper. So it is talking about where there is a medical device available abroad. Well, a telemedicine solution abroad that could replace local MRI or CT scans, etc. So you would need prior authorization to be able to get cross-border healthcare, such as in any cross-border healthcare situation at the EU.
Talking about a device in another country.
About a telemedicine solution.
So how would
yeah.
Then I don't understand, how would a telemedicine visit replace an MRI?
Yeah, but not all MRI functions indeed. I'm obviously not the expert. There are other people here, but I found documents discussing indeed that some telehealth solutions could in the future, indeed not now, so replace some of these scans. And that's what I found interesting in the context of these prior authorization legal basis that a member state could use to protect their investments. And this was the most striking one for me. So that's why I tried to highlight it in a paper, but indeed it's not set in stone. The
no, I think that would be good. I think it was just clarifying that. Maybe it was just me. But
no. I think very valid point.
This would replace the existing MRI function.
Yeah.
That would have made it clear for me.
I'll definitely do so. Thank you.
Any last questions, either from our guests on the computer or? Okay, well then a big round of applause. We are running 12 minutes ahead of schedule. Yay, us. So we'll be in a great 12 minutes ahead of schedule to your charge.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the snacks are already out. So we might as well take advantage of that. And we can aim to start at 3:05. Well, no, we gave you guys a 30-minute break. So we can aim to start at 3:20. Enjoy the snacks.
I also still have some questions regarding your paper.
Good. Still charging, I'm sorry.
No, don't worry about it. It was
The
my
stuff
bad.
that you use in the PowerPoint,
No,
like the
I'm
tables.
very
I
clumsy.
think that
I just want to check the live. I'm looking at it, so we're set.
How many people are logged in?
Let's see. At the moment, 4, but most likely because we've had no noise, but we've had 72 views, which honestly, I'm happy for a day long live.
Oh, yeah.
Hello.
You already?
Yeah, I think so. Laura has us in good shape. After our Q&A, we'll go to the end, and I think I'm the next person.
Thank you. No pressure.
It's we got some.
Like I said, a little bit ahead of schedule. I hope you guys enjoyed the snacks. I see that we have Julia, who is going to be our moderator for this final panel back on Zoom. Hey, Julia, I want to hand it over to you for a moment.
Great. Well, thank you so much. I'm so thrilled to be moderating this last panel, which has 3 terrific papers. As you may be able to tell, I have a little bit of a cold, so I'm sorry, but it's probably better that I'm not with you there in person to risk yet another virus in circulation. But if I do go on mute momentarily, that is probably why. So I think we will go in the order that's listed in the program. And I will just note that I think, while this is called reimbursement considerations for digital home health, it's actually a bit broader than that. I think there are both reimbursement and regulatory considerations that are going to be addressed across our 3 papers. And again, they're sort of, highly complementary of each other. So it'll be exciting to have Q&A both of individual, but there may be some cross-cutting questions as well. So I believe we'll start with our first paper, which is modernizing Medicaid home and community-based services with at-home diagnostics and home health.
Go ahead. Okay. Hi, I have my timer going, and that now the Tron timer is going. Great. It's great to be here. Great to start off our headliner panel. My name is Tara Sklar. I'm a professor of health law at the University of Arizona College of Law, and I'll be presenting with my co-author and colleague and good friend, Catherine Huber, who's at the University of Colorado, and as a resident physician. And we over the next 10 minutes, we split our talk in half. We'll all be talking for the first 5 about really about this a specific population when it comes to digital home health. We had a whole other panel on specific diseases. So we have focused specifically on a Medicaid population that's particularly composed of older adults, those 65 and over, who wish to age in place. And we did that because we think this population group is primed to be at the forefront of digital home health for a variety of reasons, but 3 I will highlight throughout our talk. And the first is demand. The second is very surmountable policy and practice changes. And the third is just incredible opportunity if we were to really prioritize this population. So to begin with, for a long time coming, we've been ready for changes to long-term care in America. And COVID really spurred on the fact that vast majority of people do not want to go to a nursing home or facility. They want to age in place. And then this has been combined with the fact that we're dealing with a much older and in many cases coming out of COVID with the potential impacts of long haul COVID. The fastest growing segment of our US population is 85 and over. And they also have a number of morbidities. And with that in mind, really they're living much longer with more morbidities. So what kind of care could we provide, particularly in a home and community setting? We have not been doing that up to this point. In fact, there's a lot of misinformation out there in terms of how long-term care is financed in our country, including the majority of baby boomers still think that Medicare covers long-term care. And that's been causing all kinds of difficulty in terms of properly managing chronic diseases and just a number of hospitalizations and readmissions that potentially could have been preventable if we could be more proactive. Relatedly to the demand for preferences to controlling costs are the workforce issues. Just a quick graph showing the extreme growth in direct care workforce. You see that blue line to the far left, and that's the number of home care direct aides now moving into home care. And as of now, that workforce is composed of about 4.6 million people, and then jumping up to 5.8 million by 2028 is been called the single highest growth area for job potential in America. The demand is so high. The wages and how many of these workers are treated are very low, very exploited. Vast majority are women of color, and a third are immigrants. And I could get into the wages and also the staffing ratios, but that is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of the problems in this sector and why health tech and embedding health tech and offering more home community-based options is really vital going forward. So we have a number of international folks in the room and maybe joining us live as well. So I just wanted to highlight for the room where America is when it comes to investing in the home. There's still a strong bias towards institutional care, and we're really at the low end of what we could be doing compared to other OECD countries. So we increasingly have been moving more into the home through our waiver system that does prioritize this lower income individuals that qualify. And so this is under a particular waiver. These includes a number of individuals. It's not just older adults that could qualify for this waiver system to receive home and community-based services. We've prioritized them in our paper and our work, given the demographics I just shared with you. But there's enormous demand to not go into a skilled nursing facility for this population, desperate need to age in place, but the average wait time is 3 years. Nearly every state has a waiting list to get on. Each state controls their waivers. They control the eligibility criteria, the number of enrollees they can have. So but it leads to many people just waiting for some kind of assistance in the home, which could lead to all kinds of situations that could have been avoided if there was some assistance in terms of not needing to be hospitalized or readmissions. So that's just the number that could qualify for Medicaid. Millions of Americans don't qualify for Medicaid and need additional help in the home. So I'm just going to quickly rush through these slides so my co-author has time to present, but there's enormous potential with the Medicaid 1915C waivers. We saw during COVID and public health emergency, this opportunity through Appendix K to really modify them and increase the number of assisted technologies and virtual visits. And I thought it was so interesting with Kat's presentation, how the linkages between telehealth and at-home diagnostics in the European Union. And in many cases, the way we've approached telehealth in the US has been very fragmented through our states, as it seems to be through the member states. And so I wanted to tie in remote patient monitoring, which has already been discussed, and audio only. So it's not a given under Medicaid that remote patient monitoring would be covered. 20 states do not cover it. And also audio only, 20 states also don't cover audio only coverage. And that's a particularly big deal for an older population. And even states that do cover it, such as Arizona, they have a best practice watch group, and they've decreased it as of January from 94 codes to 37. So real impact for an older population. And Catherine's going to focus on what that means in terms of some real world examples.
Thank you, Tara. So to highlight the need
For this, we have brought forth this fictional patient based on many real patients that I've seen in my experience of Cora, a 92-year-old woman, multiple comorbidities, notably COPD, a new cognitive impairment, a recent stroke, who's admitted to the hospital. And upon discharge, she has several new functional impairments, and her medical team is recommending placement in long-term care. However, Cora, like so many older adults, very much prefers to age in the comfort of her own home and do so safely as possible. But her preference is to not be placed in a facility through long-term care. So she is the ideal candidate for something like an HCPS waiver. Now, there's some very unique considerations when we're thinking about older adults, especially in employing diagnostic technologies. We've covered several of these considerations earlier today, so I won't harp on them too much. But unique considerations for older adults is that they have a higher burden of cognitive and physical impairments. They oftentimes can't see or hear their providers. If you walk in any geriatric practice today in America, you can hear the doctors screaming down the hallways to try to communicate better with their patients. And this is of a particular concern when we think about audio-only technologies and other types of limitations and technologies that are available. Furthermore, there are often barriers to kind of traditional consent practices when we're employing these digital technologies with older adults. We know that older adults are also oftentimes socially isolated and at increased risk of loneliness, which we know can increase your risk for things like coronary artery disease and stroke. And there's also a lack of quality across the continuity of care, especially in the limitations of providing geriatrics trained home health providers or geriatrics kind of streamlined services where technology offers a fairly easy way to kind of get in the door and streamline things from kind of a top-down approach. And so an example of where we might see this both today and in the future is Cora is discharged home. She has an array of technologies kind of surrounding her at home that feed into an internet network connected to either home dispatch services or home remote monitoring, and it also feeds into her providers. And we hope that these types of solutions will deliver on their promises to be more cost effective, to be patient-centered, be able to tailor care truly to Cora and her needs, and to be a little bit more adaptable, especially in the face of emerging new technologies for many of her conditions that maybe now don't have treatments, but probably will in the near future. But in order to achieve this, we need to update and modernize our existing waivers. We believe that in doing so, to make them a little bit more tech friendly and incorporate tech and expand access to older adults, this will make it more flexible and provide actual now time care for older adults as opposed to these long wait lists that they already have. We also hope that through a modernization, we can improve the safety of older adults, the ability to diagnose earlier in the home and in real time obviously will be at the forefront of meeting this goal. And we also hope that it will overall reduce costs on our strained healthcare system and address some of these staffing shortages that Tara has mentioned. And I know I am coming up on my timer, but at the core of this and in our paper, we'll outline in obviously a little bit more detail that any updates or modernization are going to have to be built with a very ethical framework in mind in order to make sure that we're being pretty cognizant of the needs of this vulnerable population. So to summarize, as Tara said, this is a perfect kind of case example of perhaps where the future could go, where it could go in the present, to be honest. And this is because there's such a huge demand in this population that there are truly surmountable policy and practice changes. And there's a huge opportunity if we prioritize this population to kind of set the standard and hopefully can give a good example of best practices going forward.
Thank you very much.
Hit my red light.
Terrific. Well, thank you so much for the summary of the paper. I really enjoyed reading it. So maybe if it's okay, I'll start with my question and then we can open it up and have someone in the room help moderate. So, I mean, I think first and foremost, this intersection between diagnostics and home and community-based services is like not very well articulated. And I think even just sort of explaining how you're thinking about the technologies that might support home and community-based services and who are the actors that interact with those technologies. Like, are you thinking about something that just an individual would use in their own home and that would be covered, or it's something that a home and community-based service provider would use? So like the notion of kind of taking an existing home and community-based service, like a custodial care service, and making that IT enabled And then I think finally layering on then the waiver piece, like where are waivers currently designed to either support or not support those different models of how technology might support different home and community-based care services. So I think, I felt like you described each of those domains individually, but I think I was trying to still understand the cross-section between them. So I don't know if you could address that a bit.
Yeah, thank you. That is a great question and a great place to start. And I'll give my thoughts and then hand it over to Catherine because it's such a broad issue and ones you could probably see we're trying to clearly delineate in our 5,000 word chapter. So I'll begin with, we have a lot in our chapter and on our minds in general about the digital divide. And that's something that's frequently mentioned in this world of digital home health. And I don't feel like we've confidently addressed it other than mentioning that it's an issue that we should think about. And so by specifically focusing on this population, I feel like we're finally getting at a potential policy not a potential policy response to say, here's one way to think about actually addressing the digital divide for a very vulnerable population that would like the option to age in place more. So that's from a person from the Medicaid enrollee perspective. And then, but to connect it more to the provider, this is an area with a lot of uncertainty in terms of what's being reimbursed for, how the technology is advancing. And so until COVID, you could only really receive care at these rural health clinics or community health centers or federally qualified health centers. And these tends to be the facilities that a lot of these Medicaid enrollees would also go to for their care. So I think to answer one of your questions, it's this combination of also working with the providers to help them ramp up in a way to really support this community population from a tech perspective, knowing that they need more wraparound support. So if you put some, I don't know, we can give different examples, which I'm sure Catherine can be more specific on in terms of the tool in the household, whether it's a wearable or a diagnostic to monitor the patient's health, how that could connect with the provider in a way that the older adult Medicaid enrollee was comfortable with. Maybe I'll pause there, but I hope that begins to answer how we're thinking about the intersection.
Yeah, and I will just add to that, and then under the existing kind of writing of these waivers, there's kind of no explicit demarcation of diagnostic tools or diagnostic technology as being covered for this population. Under HCBS waivers, they are pretty explicit that they'll cover things like DME or assistive devices, but there's no explicit naming of any kind of novel technology or diagnostic technology that will actually facilitate their care. And so I think that's one aspect that we're advocating for, is perhaps naming that gap and naming that there is a role for it to be included in coverage under HCBS waivers. So I think that's all I was going to add.
I think it can make it more clear in the chapter and in our thinking though.
Thank you for the presentation and the paper. I've generally co-authored with Tara on related topics before, and I've generally been pretty pro telehealth, but I recently had the experience of going to a national telehealth conference, largely populated by industry, and I was a little stunned at how much money is now flowing into the space, and frankly, how some of the players, I'm going to use the word, are rapacious. I mean, they view this as sort of, money to be made. And that can often align with patient interests, and that can often align with the Medicaid system's goals. But I just wonder how many of these regulations are actually well-intended to reduce fraud versus how many of them are just sort of outdate. And so when we're talking about opening them up, I guess I want to ask you about what risks you see, or any particular areas you see where the risks are higher in treatment at home.
I am well aware of that telehealth conference that was held here in Boston in early May. Chris just showed up at, which was great. Just to expand on that question a bit more, another issue that comes up, in addition to the potential increase in fraud with telehealth, is this question of whether it's substitutive or additive. And in this population, to not prioritize them in this area when you have this like scattershot approach of what's going to be covered and not covered depending on your state. You're almost just talking about access in general. Like, is this care or no care that they could have? So before we could get into, is it being exploited by potential fraudulent, bad intended players? Like, how do we increase access in this technology for that population? And then if I were to put on the hat of some of these industry folks that we met, I feel like the line they always give, which is interesting, they always make these comparisons, like it's just medicine, whether or not it's delivered virtually or over the phone or in person, like it's the same thing. Everything's potentially prone to fraud and abuse in any of these settings. So that's the standard industry answer. But I have found in some of my work interviewing direct care workforce folks and learning about some really horrible abuses of care where these are questionable unlicensed facilities but the patients are still getting prescribed medications audio only from the provider, and they're basically switching out medications where like someone could be on hospice at home and they're wanting to stabilize another patient and they're just swapping it out. And because it's the only interaction with the provider is this audio only interaction, they're never actually coming in these facilities. Like I firsthand heard about some of these abuses. So I think it's more complicated than the folks at that conference would like to admit. And I also think there's an access issue in general before we could get to the point of, is it additive or fraudulent? Maybe question. Yeah.
So my question actually builds on Chris's question a little bit, which is, as Chris flagged, there's already kind of a major market and industry here. And if you remove this barrier of, it's not covered, it's not easily reimbursable, then it's going to explode even more. And one thing that occurred to me, we talked a very tiny bit about interoperability earlier today, and maybe we should have talked about it more, but the worry that you're going to get a whole bunch of services and each of them do like a very narrow slice. So you're going to have something that maybe monitors like, did mom take a fall in the bathroom? And that's a separate product and a separate likely subscription fee from the virtual doctor who prescribes the medications. And that's a separate thing from the cuff that she wears to monitor her blood pressure. And all of a sudden it's like incredibly, incredibly expensive, either for the individual and the family or for the system to sort of outfit the smart home. So did you think about sort of interoperability as a concern as you were thinking through this proposal?
Yeah, I can take that. Yes, we did, is the short answer. But the longer answer is that I would kind of reverse that and say this is already happening. Many devices, perhaps not of a diagnostic quality, many devices are already available. And we know that there's a huge disparity in terms of people who can afford them. Like the Apple Watch is a good example, and that many lower socioeconomic subgroups can't afford it. And yet we see the patients who maybe perhaps are getting alerted on their phones or on their watches coming into the hospital, they're of a different demographic. So it's already happening. Our hope is that expanding access and expanding coverage, that maybe we could equalize the playing field a little bit. Maybe not targeting the highest end, but perhaps targeting ones that are actually evidence-based or quality driven. And perhaps that will help add kind of to the market pressure of what kinds of tools are we going to employ in people's homes and what's going to be actually evidence supported or medicine supported.
I think I'd like to add a caregiver addition to that layer. So you have the interoperability of the data flow and the continuity of care. And then you also have the role of the caregiver in this role. And I think particularly with this population, it's important to keep that in mind, as we talked about with Emily's presentation. So any way in which that is supported, where it's not, so for example, the caregiver prior to the evolutions we've had in tech, they would have to take it upon themselves to get this patient, to and from, for all those different examples you gave, and the burden on that just to have those visits, to manage those medications. So ways in which to support that, where it's not incumbent upon that one or two individuals, if they exist, I think is something we just have to somehow recognize. So I'll leave it there, but I think in part of these conversations, that ways in which the caregiving environment could also be impacted by the data is something that you have to consider.
I just wanted to ask too, because I feel like we keep coming back to telemedicine and clinical and medical examples, but like the vast majority of HCBS is actually custodial care, right? Like it has nothing to do with clinical care.
Right.
So again, I would love for you to speak to like, is that separate? Is that part of a continuum? Like kind of how do you see the custodial care part? Like, should we be pushing more tech in that side as well? And are these issues just as relevant there? Or is this really just about kind of the telemedicine HCBS intersection?
Well, a few years back, I did a study looking at, ended up being 13 home and community-based service waivers across the country that specifically targeted a 65 and over population. And I compared their oversight in terms of how they were actually checking in on the custodial care they were providing for these Medicaid enrollees. And there could not have been wider variation in terms of how they were actually checking in on these Medicaid enrollees. In one state, there were no on-site visits. In another state, there were 4 on-site visits. And so sometimes there were telephone calls. Sometimes it was just really ambiguous as to what oversight was happening, if any. So one thing we're really proposing with these waivers, using this data, like ideally type of remote patient monitoring or something in which there's a general ability for there to be some kind of transparency, quality and safety review for the folks that are on these, that are able to get into home and community services that are off the wait list, but also to, any way that you can reduce those wait lists so that more people can be on it through the role of tech. So hopefully to try to more clearly answer your question is, there needs to be, there ideally could be and should be like more of a transparency, quality and safety monitoring that isn't there at the moment, that could be if we allow for more tech in this space. And also what the tech could do to help support more people getting that care, custodial care, as the role of tech. Does that help? Okay.
Okay, I'll be quick. Thank you. Forgive me for any naivety in my question. I claim non-resident alien status on that basis. So one thing we agonize over in the NHS around remote monitoring is whether or not we look at these pathways as being continuous monitoring or discrete episodes of reporting in. Do we turn the alerts on, or do we just check them 9 a.m. every morning? I'd be interested to understand if the reimbursement is different on the basis of how we're monitoring, if it's continuous or that type of discrete thing. And also from the service provider, if there are different reimbursement approaches to it, that incurs all sorts of staffing challenges. If you're doing something 24/7, especially, how do you staff a night shift of continuous monitoring, and how do you account for false positives as well? I'll let that float in the room and then we can catch up on it separately.
Big round of applause.
Okay, great. Well, we will move on to our next presenter, who is going to talk to us about labeling of direct-to-patient consumer medical artificial intelligence applications for self-diagnosis. I would say it was fun to think about the concept of labeling when we're talking about a technology and something that's actually not physical, because we associate labels with sort of a physical thing, something I see on the back of my cereal box. So even just the sort of notion of how we think about labeling in this space, I thought was quite interesting.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Well, perfect. Yeah, so I'm Sarah Gaki. I'm an assistant professor of law at Penn State Dickinson Law. And today I will talk about the labeling of direct-to-consumer medical artificial intelligence applications for self-diagnosis. I also call these apps DTC, medical self-diagnosing AI apps. And so I will talk a little bit first about the landscape of DTC medical self-diagnosing AI apps, and then I will we will look at the regulation of these apps and whether they are considered medical devices. And then I will talk a little bit about some of the labeling challenges associated with these apps. So first of all, let's start a little bit with the landscape of DTC medical self-diagnosing AI apps. So the digital health app market is booming, and also DTC medical self-diagnosing AI apps are emerging. And so I define them pretty broadly here as apps that help individuals identify a disease or other condition based on entering, for example, symptoms. And so there are a couple of examples to just give you what I see as DTC medical self-diagnosing apps. So the first one is Apple's ECG app. So right now we can already receive heart health notifications through the Apple Watch. And so Apple has not only an electrocardiogram app, but also an irregular rhythm notification feature app that notifies users if there is an irregular heart rhythm suggestive of atrial fibrillation. Another example is ADA. So ADA is an AI-assisted symptom checker. And so here consumers just need to answer a couple of questions about their symptoms, and then ADA will suggest possible causes for the symptoms and offer advice. And so now the question is, how are they actually regulated? So first of all, if they are regulated by the FDA, they need to be considered a medical device under the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. And so we need to ask this question, whether the app is intended for use in the diagnosis of disease or other conditions, or in the cure, mitigation, treatment, or prevention of disease, and not excluded under FDC section 520(0). So I don't have time to go into details, but I show in my paper that DTC medical self-diagnosing AI apps, at least as I understand them, make references to diseases and other conditions, and so are not excluded under the medical device definition under section 520(1)(b). So for example, Apple's ECG app, that's a classical medical device. Yeah, it's an over-the-counter class 2, a moderate risk device. So, but even if you come to the conclusion that it is a device, it does not necessarily mean that the FDA actually intends to apply its regulatory oversight. So this is only the case if the app could pose a risk to a patient's safety if it was not to function as intended. So in other words, if the app poses a lower risk to the public, the FDA actually intends to exercise enforcement discretion over them. And so that means that they will not enforce requirements under the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. So for example, ADA, so this AI symptom checker, which I just showed you before, appears to have not undergone pre-market review by the FDA. And so one option is, which also seems consistent with the FDA's medical device app guidance, that ADA may fall within the FDA's enforcement discretion because it is considered to actually pose a lower risk to the public. But in addition, it's also the case that most class 1 medical devices are a priori exempt from pre-market notification requirements. And so let's look a little bit at some of the labeling challenges associated with these apps. So first of all, we need to understand what is labeling. So the term is defined in the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. It's a broad term, which is defined as all labels and other written, printed, or graphic matter upon any article or any of its containers or wrappers or accompanying such articles. So what this means is that all labels are, so labeling is kind of like an umbrella term that includes all labels. And so DTC medical self-diagnosing AI apps, for example, usually have a non-physical label through the app itself. And so in my paper, I'm looking at especially 2 challenges associated with labeling and DTC medical self-diagnosing AI apps. The first one is the concern of labeling of DTC medical self-diagnosing AI apps as information tools only. And the second particular issues associated with AI, ranging from bias to adaptive algorithms. So let's start with the first challenge. So this is here an example of the Apple's ECG app. And so the app is intended to store, create, transfer, record, and display a single channel ECG. And so the indications for use also include, among other things, these following sentences here. The user is not intended to interpret or take clinical action based on the device output without consultation of a qualified healthcare professional. And the ECG waveform is meant to supplement rhythm classification for the purposes of discriminating AFib from normal sinus rhythm, and now not intended to replace traditional methods of diagnosis or treatment. And the same, so the App Store preview of the AI symptom checker ADA, for example, makes similar statements. And I show also in my paper other examples that all have this statement that they claim to be not intended to provide a diagnosis. And so what this means is that DTC medical self-diagnosing AI apps are labeled as information tools only, rather than diagnosis tools. And this may be likely due to the fact that they are over-the-counter, they are over-the-counter devices. Although Apple's clinical study, for example, for the ECG app, showed that the app correctly diagnosed atrial fibrillation with 98.3% sensitivity and even 19. Apple's ECG app and also similar apps actually do not replace traditional diagnosis and treatment methods. So I think there appears to be like this discrepancy between the user's perception of the intended use of DTC medical self-diagnosing AI apps and their actual intended use. That's not to diagnose, yeah? And indeed, a recent study by Mayer et al. Showed, and that's on AI-assisted symptom checker, that 84.1% of a total of 301 respondents perceive them as diagnostic tools. And I also believe that this misperception may be due, among other things, to the fact that also users may not read the labels, yeah? And so I believe labeling has many benefits, such as helping patients and also consumers make more informed decisions and informing them, for example, about potential limitation of an app. But of course, if patients are not reading the labels and associated statements, and then like this language, the device is not intended to provide a diagnosis, is somewhere buried within them, then of course using DTC medical self-diagnosing AI apps become risky and may also jeopardize patient health. Because let's imagine a patient who is using an app to screen herself for skin cancer. And then what is happening if the AI misses a melanoma and the patient just thinks, oh, everything is fine, is not going to the doctor, yeah? So I believe that stakeholders in general should do like a better job, especially like regulators and also app developers, to educate patients and consumers about these risks. I also believe that labeling could actually, with the right design, help to achieve this goal. So several groups have already shown the benefits of eye-popping labels, similar to nutrition, for example, through nutrition or model facts labels. And so I believe regulators like the FDA could, together with stakeholders, develop user-friendly label designs, options for DTC medical self-diagnosing AI apps. And in addition, I also think we should start this discussion about whether some of these apps should actually be prescribed by doctors rather than being offered directly to a consumer, because physician can assist with the use of the app in question and also point out material facts in a physician-patient conversation. And maybe a risk-based approach could likely help to actually determine such prescription apps. I also discussed quickly in my paper another labeling challenges that DTC medical self-diagnosing AI apps raise, because they are not only directly addressed to consumers, but they also operate using AI. And indeed, AI-based medical devices, including DTC medical self-diagnosing AI apps, they are different from traditional medical devices because, such as, for example, contact lenses, yeah, or breast implants, yeah, because they are not only sometimes opaque, so-called black boxes, but they can also continuously learn. They are vulnerable to biases. And so I argue in my paper too that when creating this optimal label designs for DTC medical self-diagnosing AI apps, I also think it will be important that the FDA focuses on the content of these labels and use this opportunity to develop labeling standards for AI-based medical devices, including those that are DTC. And I believe because patients and consumers need to know and understand different things like the indications for use, model characteristics of these tools, and also the risk and limitations of such devices. I stop here. Thank you very much for your attention and look forward to your feedback and questions.
Thank you so much. Again, I'm going to take the chair prerogative and ask the first question just because there's so much of interest here. I was curious whether there's any understanding of which types of users are most vulnerable to experience risk. Because my guess is that it's not randomly distributed, right? Who's likely to, to get an answer and misinterpret it or misunderstand a label. And it seems like if we're going to move towards this notion of designing optimal labels, we really want to design it for the groups that are most at risk. And so anyway, I would love to hear if you have any thoughts on that.
I think that's a wonderful comment and will be very important. I think when we are thinking about label designs, we need to look at who's actually using these apps. I saw a couple of empirical studies that show that more and more older people are also through the pandemic are more now into looking into self-diagnosing tools. So I think that will be very important. Also thinking about people with disabilities when designing those options. But I think just starting to think about how can we make it better is important. And having then, when we are especially looking at direct to consumer tools in general, whether that's apps or other devices, to look at how can we design them for specific populations. Yes.
Thank you for that. I'm really excited about the notion of labeling and would love to talk to you more about it just in general. But I wanted to go to the question, the sort of issue that Julia brought up even before you started about where is the label and how can you sort of mimic the back of the cereal box that that's sort of your daily, everyday morning reading for some of us.
Yeah.
Or
yeah. So that's a very interesting question because in general, because we have now everything is software or like in an app, we don't have like the physical label any longer. So the label is now non-physical. So how are you going to do that? And if you're talking to entrepreneurs, especially also in the AI field, they get a little nervous when you ask them about the label. I assume that's because they haven't also thought too much about it. So often what's happening is there's like a link to a website, for example, or it is being shown. But I think we need to have more of a conversation how that should look like when you are using a non-physical form. But you could still, like, when you're opening a software, you could still show like a label similar to a physical label on food, but it would need to be also shown and not just having like a link somewhere. It needs to be like physically kind of like directly shown when you're opening a software or something.
I have two questions. The first question is your suggestion that I was curious about your suggestion that these kinds of apps should move to prescription, because if they move to prescription, the labeling seems less important for consumers. That's the first thing. The second thing is moving them to prescription also increases access costs. And I think if you decide that that's a good route to go, you want to be sure that you know what the error rate of the particular app is, what consumer behavior is, and then what the costs are of increasing access. So it's two comments. And then the question I have for you is about torts, of course. Why can't the tort system just address some of these problems? And do you think that one way to help the tort system do that would be to impose data preservation obligations on software manufacturers?
Yeah, so I first say something about the prescription. So your first comment. So I wouldn't say that we should actually prescribe now all, so that necessarily all direct-to-consumer medical AI based tools or apps should be prescribed, but I think we should think about whether some of them should be prescribed. And then, of course, then the labeling is here not any longer for the direct-to-consumer. We would have like this third person, the physician, who can help to facilitate the proper use of these devices or the app or whatever. So I think, but I think we need to think a little bit about it. I wrote a couple of years ago with some of my colleagues, Ariel Stern and also Timo Minzen, a paper on the German system, because they actually wanted to incentivize the better or proper development of medical apps. And so if you are showing specific qualities of your app, that's not only that it went through review as a medical device, but also safety improvement, patient effectiveness, and privacy, etc. You can get into a register, and once you're in a register, you actually get reimbursed. So at that moment, physicians can prescribe that app, and then you get and that gets being paid by the health insurance. And so it's a huge incentive for app developer to get into this register, because it's one thing to get a product on the market, but what's really important and most difficult right now, especially also in the AI field, is getting reimbursement, and that's what companies need to accomplish. And then with the tort law system, I think I need to think a little bit more about it, but I feel we still need to, before we are just relying on the tort system, I think we need to get, and that's kind of like similar to the discussion which we had with your paper, getting first the regulation right, and then having in addition the tort system which works properly. I think Dan has a question too online.
Great, thanks. Hi, Sarah. Nice to see you again from very far away. I was really struck by what you presented in the disconnect between the perception of labeling as some of these apps and devices providing information rather than actual diagnoses. And I wonder if, I may have missed this in your chapter draft, I wonder if you're aware of any warning letters or similar actions wherein manufacturers have been asked to rein in what is maybe not quite meeting the standard for off-label marketing, but pretty close. So when I think about the way in which patients bring technology like the Apple Watch to clinic, asking how to use it, if they can use it to supplement their diagnosis, they're not using language like, this will just give me more information that together we can interpret. They're looking for and acting on diagnoses. And I don't want to accuse Apple of off-label marketing, but I think it's safe to say that a lot of the hype around technology like that, and other companies like Garmin and others and Fitbit have similar very medicalized direct-to-consumer marketing campaigns. I'm just curious if there's been any regulatory action that specifically tries to rein in some of that enthusiasm, or ask that they in fact label their devices as diagnostic and get the appropriate approvals to do so.
Yeah, I think I agree with all your comments. I think it's an issue, and I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen warning letters. I was recently in a panel with someone from the FDA, and I also addressed that similar issue. So I think it's on their radar, but yeah, so I can't tell you unfortunately more.
Thanks for a great presentation. I think my question kind of matches what Dan was asking about. So among those like apps that meet the definition of a medical device but aren't necessarily regulated, it could be because like the FDA is saying like it's not going to cause patient harm. But I wonder how much of that is like the FDA is conscious about these apps and just decides to not regulate them, versus just like there are far too many to keep track of and they just don't know. And so like, you know, these app developers might actually be like breaking the rules, so to speak. So I wonder if you just have any sense of the extent to it's the FDA consciously choosing to not regulate versus just like missing these apps.
Yeah, so I mean that's a good comment. I think in general, when you're looking at FDA's and enforcement actions, they're pretty low, and so I would say there are many developers, for sure not everyone, but like there are many who are of course trying to find like the loopholes in the law. Yeah, whether that's that they are just putting the label, I'm a wellness app. Yeah, I developed a wellness app on it because then you're falling completely outside of any regulation, or whether they are trying this more blurry way to say, okay, this may be a medical device, but it falls under the enforcement discretion. So there's a lot of like blurriness, and I think there is this attempt to always try to just first declare their app as a wellness app, to just not need to go through any review. And in general, it's less, I think, than 2% of the health apps we have on the market that actually are being reviewed by the FDA.
We have time for one more question if there is one. All right. So, big round of applause.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, we will now move into our finale presentation, which is a pathway for high-value home hospital programs, statutory reimbursement, and community building strategies in the digital age.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Start it. No, it's
No problem. It's okay. I don't mind presenting it like that. It's no big deal. No problem. Thank you so much. Thank you for the introduction, Julia. I hope you feel better. And thank you to everyone here who's allowed me to learn from you today. And I'm grateful to the Petrie-Flom Center for allowing my team to present our work here. And I'm going to go ahead and just move the screen sharing option so I can read my slides. So our work is entitled Pathway for High Value Home Hospital Care in the United States. And we explored statutory reimbursement and community building strategies in the age of hybrid care. Unfortunately, my co-authors weren't able to attend in person. Some of them are joining virtually as guests right now. And my colleagues in Washington assure me this is a very dry topic. So don't worry, I brought pictures. My name's Stephanie Zawada. I'm a student at Mayo Clinic. Doctors Paulson, and Maniaci are members of our Advanced Care at Home Research Group, and Dr. Bart Demerschalk is Medical Director for Digital Health Research at Mayo Clinic. I'll try to go to the next slide. Okay, gotcha. It's not, oh, there it went, sorry. It's a little funky. It's not syncing, sorry.
Let me share it a different way. Sorry.
No problem.
Don't worry, we'll start your time.
It's all good. I can speed talk. I mean, I take my responsibility as the closing relief pitcher seriously, so I'm not going to take up too much time. Oh, maybe it'll work. Okay.
Okay, and then we should just, yes.
Yes, perfect. Thank you so much. So how did we get here? Well, from the 1600s to the 1900s in the United States, if you could afford medical care, you primarily received it in the comfort of your home. Think the traditional doctor house call. And this was the trend up until the 1900s when different cross-subsidy programs emerged that would become some of our modern day insurance programs and incentivize patients to go for a wider range of services inside an actual hospital. And before that, traditionally hospital care was reserved for the poorest of the poor and primarily funded through charitable donations. A little bit of background on modern home hospital programs. So in 1997, Johns Hopkins invested lots of resources in their pilot program for hospital at home. By 2012, there was a really strong meta-analysis of a range of home hospital control trials that demonstrated, well, you know what, these programs do have the potential to decrease costs and also improve patient outcomes. By 2017 and 2019, major hospital systems like Mount Sinai, Mayo Clinic, Kaiser Permanente started to offer their own brand of post-acute home hospital care. The COVID-19 pandemic that hit, and so many different regulatory relief options were available at the state and federal level in the United States to try to keep patients at home and away from SARS-CoV-2 as much as possible. Our specific demographic group really focuses on Medicare patients, so seniors. And for the purpose of this presentation, it's really easy to remember that broadly speaking in the United States, inpatient claims, so hospital level care, hospital insurance, that's covered by Medicare Part A, and then outpatient claims, non-hospital services are covered under Medicare Part B, generally speaking. So what kind of federal reforms were introduced to support at-home care? Well, for starters, HHS waived HIPAA compliance for the duration of the public health emergency for all healthcare providers. For Medicare patients specifically, for the first time, CMS stepped forward and clarified that smartphones were eligible tools for telehealth. They were eligible telecommunications tools. They also waived a different site and in-person and geographic location requirements that had been restricting access to telehealth and expanded their list of eligible telehealth providers and services. Specifically for hospitals, for the first time, CMS was willing to consider the virtual delivery and the hybrid delivery of skilled nursing facility hospital level care at home with digital tools and in-person visits as equal to the services that would be delivered inside an actual brick and mortar hospital. And that's that acute care at home waiver. And that's what we were building our program on. So at every state, at least every state, and Washington, D.C. introduced, the District of Columbia introduced different reforms to facilitate telehealth access for Medicaid and Medicare patients. Many states went beyond just telehealth access. They might have offered things like meal delivery for seniors or daily living assistance. And major private payer plans also jumped on board early on in the early days of the pandemic and said, hey, we'll offer cost sharing waivers, or we will guarantee payment parity for different telehealth services to try to help keep patients at home. At Mayo Clinic, we deployed our model in the summer of 2020, and we started in Wisconsin and Florida. We built in Arizona after that. We have a command center in Florida. You can see two of my co-authors up there, Dr. Maniaci and then Dr. Paulson on the right. It's staffed 24/7 by registered nurses with routine in-person visits at home, constant oversight by Mayo Clinic providers, and a range of educational experiences for Mayo Clinic team members. We have a hybrid approach, so we generally call it at-home care, and it's called advanced care at home. But the home hospital program itself has provider visits at home that are on an as-needed and routine basis, and then also telehealth services, and really in the strict interpretation of Medicare's telehealth services, meaning like there's video, audio only, and remote monitoring components to the telehealth services that our clinicians deem relevant for patients. And the guiding principle behind our model was best summarized by our president and CEO, Dr. Ferrugia, when he mentioned that ACH, our specific version, would be just one part of the future healthcare experiences that uses multiple data inputs to create seamless care transitions between digital and traditional in-person care. So what were some of the benefits from our specific hybrid model that we were able to identify from research we've been conducting? Well, first of all, it increased access to care in communities that had provider shortages, most notably in Wisconsin. We also found that there were enhanced care quality experiences. So there were more timely interventions, and those more timely interventions reduced costs for our patients during the pandemic, primarily by decreasing the number of avoidable readmissions. And it also personalized care in a way we'd never seen before. Doctors could use technology to just see inside the daily life of patients. And that's hard to quantify the value there, but it was really an interesting experience. Those benefits weren't without challenges. So there were still reimbursement uncertainty, as everybody talked about today. We don't know what's going to be made permanent and what kind of a framework will be available in the future. Data privacy and security concerns definitely abound. More patients than ever before are using more devices and more locations to access care. That cybersecurity concerns are growing exponentially. Access to digital tools also varies by state policies and patient demographics, and that's a really critical component that everybody has highlighted today. And the transition to outpatient level care is one of the areas where I'm focusing in, and it's really dependable on those applicable telehealth regulations at the state level. So it's a good reminder there that I have at the bottom that home hospital care is specific to patients whose conditions meets inpatient level requirements. If you recover, then you go to that outpatient level status, and that's when you transition from home hospital reimbursement to like telehealth reimbursement, and you can be limited geographically or by insurance plan. So what do we learn from interviews with Mayo Clinic staff and patients? Well, no two patients are identical in health, socioeconomic status, or residence. Floor plans and neighborhoods aren't the same. Staff experiences vary across sites. So for instance, it's a different challenge to deliver home hospital programs in Wisconsin than in Arizona, and then in Florida. Florida has hurricanes, Wisconsin has a lot of snow, and Arizona gets very hot, and the staff have different challenges. And again, highlighting that that transition from inpatient to outpatient level care is complicated by the state telehealth regulatory frameworks there that limit services and tools eligible for reimbursement. What are our recommendations for high-value hybrid programs moving forward after the pandemic? Well, for starters, we really think that it's important that a policy framework and a regulatory framework considers the fact and is flexible enough to ensure patients can safely and seamlessly go in and out from outpatient level services, just routine visits, to acute level services if they're eligible and fulfill like the screening metrics, and then transition back safely to outpatient status to get that monitoring so that they don't get readmitted to the hospital. And that's how you can drive value over time. Specifically, we really want to recommend that policymakers should update definitions related to telehealth and, when appropriate, modify their hospital licensure laws to accommodate current and future technologies, as well as that 24/7 virtual presence made possible by the technologies we've all discussed today. We also encourage them to examine whether the home hospital programs and that acute care waiver was really successful in getting rural patients access to care during the pandemic. Few rural hospitals received the waiver, so we're just not sure why that is, and data or publication related to that would be very helpful moving forward. We also want to encourage them to make permanent or expand coverage for telehealth services associated with those post-acute outpatient care services that have demonstrated improved patient outcomes. And we also really caution them to avoid implementing specific standard operating procedures or cybersecurity requirements that lock in procedures that can't be modified. So we found that if clinical teams at specific sites facing the different challenges and dealing with different demographic populations are allowed to innovate together, they can develop strategies that are inclusive of that digital comfort level and device availability of their underserved patients, as many presentations today highlighted. I want to say thank you to one of my committee members, Dr. Demerschalk. He was fabulous in helping mentor through this project. The entire Mayo Clinic Advanced Care at Home team who've been super supportive over the years, our wonderful statistician, Clint, and our Jose Rico, our IRB specialist, and then the CCATS and CIRCE Center for providing funding to ask some of these questions when they weren't the most popular at the beginning of the pandemic.
Terrific. Well, thank you so much for your presentation. And I might ask the first question, if that's okay, which is a really basic and maybe dumb one, but like, I still feel like I don't even really understand what a hospital at home is. Like, is this taking the services that one would get in a hospital and just moving them into the home where there's still care providers, or is it a completely technology mediated, in which case some of the things that happen in a hospital simply can't happen in the home? And I felt like I just was struggling to understand even what the definition of hospital at home is. And then also what kind of patients would be eligible for it, because it seems like there's really only a subset of hospitalized patients who would have, a clinical condition that wouldn't require, frequent lab testing. Again, but then I'm like, well, maybe you do get frequent lab testing at home, and I just didn't understand the model. So maybe if you could just start me out with like a really clear definition of how this works, and like just confirming that it is truly a substitute for an inpatient hospitalization.
Right. So I know, going back to the first part of your question, you mentioned if it was just technologically mediated or technologically driven, or if there were in-person components. And our specific program had all of those. So people, when there were routine visits and configuration for different devices over a really secure Bluetooth network with the company partner that we still continue to have. And so that was how the original framework, after you were screened, if you were already admitted to the hospital, you were approached and asked, and there's research being published in this area that we conducted. We screen patients regarding their home status to make sure that they either had someone who could help them at home and were eligible for assistance, in the sense that somebody was there to also help them make sure if like they dropped their phone or they broke something, or they were comfortable, also what their comfort level was with receiving care at home. Our specific program was just at the beginning in post-acute services. So if someone had gone in for like a routine surgery, or had like a low grade, moderate, mild type of infection, those people were approached if they felt comfortable. A lot of the patients actually had a family member who was a nurse already, and they felt comfortable going home, which that's kind of a conflating variable there, but it was an interesting experience to learn about that. And so ours focused in that. I know Mount Sinai specifically works in the rehabilitation at home. So they'll do things like after maybe an orthopedic surgery, their specific program uses the same software platform ours does, but they focus in rehabilitation care. So ours was post-acute care. And now I know that in Arizona, they've moved to cancer care, and I'm not on that project, but yeah.
Got it. Okay, so but I thought you were making a differentiation between inpatient and ambulatory. So just help me understand then post-acute care, hospital home, because post-acute, the way I understand it is like after you're no longer in a hospital.
Actually, so there are post-acute services, and I'm not specifically sure what the post-acute service is like clinically. I'm the scientist and the engineer, so I'll default to my colleagues on that and double check with them there. But post-acute services are also covered by Medicare Part A, and that's why it's assumed under the home hospital label. That's what it is. There's a range of services. Maybe Catherine might actually know what I'm talking about there, but yeah.
Great. Okay, I see Daniel, you have your hand up, so let's get you in here and then we'll go to the room.
Well, thanks, Julia. Actually, your question was helpful because my framing is maybe an inpatient substitutive model, and I know that there are instances of hospital at home that kind of apply maybe lower risk conditions like congestive heart failure, COPD exacerbations. But I wonder if that's the case, if it's really creating a third category of like, I work in the ER, so there's this binary admit or discharge. If we're actually creating a third category of this person is sick enough for me to worry about, maybe not sick enough for me to admit to the hospital, but I'm also, uncomfortable with PCP follow-up in a week. So, our current reimbursement model is really around this binary distinction. So I wonder, instead of trying to prove that hospital at home is equivalent to inpatient care, like, do we need to think about, people live in this spectrum of illness? Do we need to rethink just how we classify or categorize both acuity as well as reimbursement based on that acuity?
Yeah, actually, I totally agree with you on that because so the only reason that the home hospital programs were able to enroll as many patients, and ours, we just have the Mayo Clinic model, but there were other hospitals too that took advantage of the waiver. I don't remember the exact number. It's public on the CMS website, the waiver there for the hospital conditions of participation. But to answer your question, yeah, whether or not that waiver is made permanent is a big deal. So there are lobbying arms and advocacy arms trying to make that waiver permanent so that innovation and investment can continue in that specific area. However, I am not going to say whether or not it's going to be made permanent. I can't really make that decision myself or say one way or the other it's going to happen just because of the fluid nature of like federal policy right now. But I think that that's where that concern around telehealth at state and different regulatory frameworks that are like, okay, well, in the state of Arizona, for instance, I know Tara and Catherine were talking about how legislative session in Arizona removed a lot of those services. So different conditions are no longer eligible for an audio only visit. And then those types of changes are restricting the options where, so say, for example, that home hospital waiver doesn't last. Well, okay, maybe you didn't need home hospital technically at home, but the wide range of services, the different remote monitoring, the audio only and the video telehealth components, that might actually be a bundle you could put together to develop these like better programs for patients that fall in like that gray area that you mentioned.
Oh, sure. Great. Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. I was wondering if you could speak to some of the standards of care that might be developing in this model, particularly, this is new territory, this potential third category. So some of them I've seen, and it's a bit vague in terms of who's doing what, like Intermountain has a big program, other groups, and it'd be great for that information to be more transparent, readily available. So like some examples I've heard as well, an RN checks in 2 times a day virtually, or just a little more, I think that might help answer Julia's initial question of like, what exactly does this look like in terms of the workforce involved and like the amount of time that's directly interacted with the patient?
Yeah, so the amount of time actually is, so when I've shadowed it and seen, I don't have any of the like standard of care plans myself. I didn't have access to those, but they have daily monitoring and the ability to initiate a telehealth visit at any time with their nurse, a skilled nurse, a registered nurse in the command center that's available 24/7 in Florida. So patients in Arizona, Wisconsin, and Florida can contact at any time there with telehealth. That's always available. Audio only, I have not actually sat in or seen one of the audio only visits, but my understanding was that the registered nurses also conduct I think it's two specific visits once a day via a telehealth visit. And then we have ancillary personnel, I'm trying to remember the specific name, like paramedic level personnel that also are the ones that if something has changed in the home or something's no longer safe, they're providing routine not transportation for the patient, but they provide that routine monitoring to make sure that, say, for example, if something goes down with the technology, that's happening like throughout the week, or whenever a patient contacts and says, hey, something's not working, well, then they dispatch someone out to the home within that range. And so also to answer that question, I think that's where that screening process came in. So the screening process that Mayo Clinic developed, I witnessed that, I saw that. I'm not sure if it's proprietary. I have to double check with my colleagues, but they have an at-home screening process to learn about what kind of conditions you have at home and if you qualify, and then just a personal assessment that they normally would have done in standard time. I hope that answers your question.
I have a question.
Yeah.
My question is about something that you just said. You weren't sure if the admission criteria or the algorithm, so to speak, was proprietary. And I'm wondering if in designing the system, there's an eye towards information sharing with other clinics, with other hospitals. And I'm thinking just by analogy to patent law, there's often patent pools that are created. And I could see hospitals engaging in information sharing together, cross licensing, access to databases. Do you know anything about whether that's being thought about or?
A little bit. I know that the idea of a risk score concept for different levels of screening and just generally in these programs with home hospital programs, and I'm not sure if it at home, like just general home services care that was also mentioned. I'm not sure about those, but in the home hospital programs, yeah, perhaps there is a standardized way to develop those risk scores. And that's where the proprietary kind of information where there might actually be an algorithm behind it comes into play. I don't know if I'm not a part of those discussions, unfortunately, but yeah, that's definitely, it's been brought up before and I've played around with it myself too.
I can just add on that piece. There are actually some coalitions of hospital at home programs, and actually one is sponsored by the foundation. Carmel, what's the name of the foundation that we spoke to regarding seniors and stuff like that? I'm blanking on its name. The Hartford Foundation. They actually have a toolkit regarding hospital at home programs and how to set them up, and I'm trying to do some information sharing.
Okay. That's really interesting to know because the same telehealth conference that Chris and I mentioned earlier, it was very difficult to get that kind of information. And it was only later that I guess the health system that will go unnamed. It's the largest one in Michigan though, apparently. And they said that they have yet to enroll a single patient in their program. They don't know how to tweak their screening criteria to appropriately do so. So it's a concern, like if we are going to go down this pathway, how to optimally do so. And these large health systems are doing it in different ways and be very valuable to see what seems to work well and not in terms of adverse events or readmissions. Yeah.
And just to follow up on that, not to implicate any specific health system. I know Hopkins had their own specific program, and to my understanding, when I wrote the paper with my team, they still were running their own specific like hospital at home program. And then it's been actually there's a Cambridge-based company, it's Medically Home, and they've been partnering now for a couple years with Sinai, Mayo, and Kaiser Permanente. And so those maybe perhaps one of the reasons why those larger health systems have been able to take the risk is that they're setting the game plan moving forward compared to smaller ones.
And maybe I'll sneak in a question, which is one of the things that's so interesting about the Mayo program is that you're in such different markets, Wisconsin and Jacksonville, right? Like where the hub is. And so I'm curious about whether you've seen so let me put it this way. How much of the design of the program has depended on the local presence of your hospital, your paramedics, your network versus how much of it is kind of you've come up with a model and it's actually pretty good to implement in all these places, and maybe something you can speak to or can't speak to, I don't know.
Yeah, I can speak to it as like the scientist and engineer, not as the clinician. So yeah, that was one of the most rewarding parts, interviewing staff at different sites, because Wisconsin is the Mayo Clinic health system and it's just a specific program. Wisconsin has like an entirely different setup for a lot of their different Medicare patients and also dually eligible patients. And so the success of that program has very much largely depended on the fact that it's a community-based hospital. I mean, people know other people in their neighborhoods. They're like, oh yeah, that person was friends with my grandparent. It's really interesting because they have such an insight into how to best develop, okay, that will work for this person or that doesn't. And it just requires that innate knowledge. And then on the Florida side, you're really relying on people who have a lot of trained expertise. There are like former police officers, former fire, former military. And there's almost a component of like street medicine to knowing how to deliver care in these very random kind of environments. Every home is unique. Every deployment is different, and kind of taking into consideration like, well, in the future, if we're going to build these programs at home, like what kind of considerations do we need architecturally, like for a home? Hope that answers.
Great. I think that's the end of our time. So a big round of applause. We'll stop there. And I think, Carmel, we have a few minutes for follow-up, finalize the day. You go ahead.
Yeah, so first of all, I want to thank you all for bringing such interesting and valuable work to today's event. I feel like even as somebody who thinks a lot about digital at-home medical products, diagnosing in the home, etc., I've learned so much today and really given me food for thought as to what health in the home should look like in the coming years. We will be submitting this work to the press that we tend to publish with in hopes of making it into an edited volume. You know, nothing is over until the fat lady sings, so I can't say 100% which press, whether it'll definitely be a book, but we've had very good success, and knock on wood, I anticipate it moving forward smoothly. So our authors, we will be in touch about next steps, but hopefully this workshop has given you thought of, okay, how can I tweak my draft and make it better and like incorporate something that I heard in somebody else's presentation or talked to over dinner or lunch. For our virtual audience, thank you for joining us. I wish we had a room big enough for everybody, but sadly we didn't. We felt your presence very much through cyberspace. And with that, Glenn, do you have any closing remarks?
Just thank you.
Yeah, excellent. Well, thank you, everybody. Safe flights home for the people traveling, and safe closing Zoom for the people who have been Zooming in.
What was the conference?
Oh, sure.